Chapter 171. Thanks to Xiao Mo Phone for the tip. Streaking. Please add. Please recommend. Because they were in the Brig's stronghold. Kim Bly respected Major General Armstrong's insistence, so he did not find trouble with Sei Ito in the stronghold. The two were in a stalemate in the stronghold. In this kind of mutual distrust between the three parties, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Sei Ito, who was resting in the room arranged for him in the stronghold, suddenly felt a faint sound coming from below the stronghold, followed by a series of explosions. "It's here!" Sei Ito's heart moved. He immediately stood up from his seat, opened the door, and rushed to the location of the sound. Along the way, Sei Ito met a lot of busy soldiers. Fortunately, Sei Ito did not stay in the stronghold for nothing. At least the soldiers in the stronghold knew that there was such a person in the stronghold. They did not do anything to him and let Sei Ito walk around freely. He smoothly came to the lowest level above the stronghold surface, but when he went further down, he encountered trouble because there was no way to continue down. It turned out that in the Brig's stronghold, in addition to the North Wall stronghold, there were important departments such as ammunition storage, weapons research and manufacturing, stronghold resource supply, and so on underground. Among them, the ammunition storage warehouse had a main door, a secret door, and a wide freight elevator for use because it was frequently used. However, the weapons research and manufacturing department that went further down only had a hidden staircase for one person and a lift for transportation from the ammunition storage warehouse. The remaining lowest level was the same. There was no other way to go in or out. Now Sei Ito was facing such an awkward situation. He could enter the ammunition storage warehouse, but if he wanted to go further down, because he was not a trusted person, he could not count on the secret door at all without a guide. The elevator also needed personnel to operate, so it was equivalent to directly cutting off his way down. Sei Ito had no choice but to stand on the ground floor and wait. As the vibration under his feet became stronger and stronger, after a while, as the elevator rose to the ground floor and stopped, a monster with a height of 5 meters and an exaggerated physique appeared in front of everyone. It had heavy iron chains on its hands and feet. One of its eyes had no pupils, and the other was bright red. Its long black hair was scattered, and it kept muttering so troublesome. "Fire!" Major General Armstrong's voice came from a distance, and then a large number of bullets poured down, shooting at the giant in the middle. There are also a few obvious shells mixed in. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion erupted on the giant's body. When the smoke dissipated, the giant was still standing there, unscathed. Only his head turned slightly to look in the direction of the attack. As he walked slowly in that direction, he muttered, "So troublesome. I want to sleep." The rest of the personnel spread out. "Armored vehicles, forward." Major General Armstrong continued to order. Immediately, many soldiers quickly retreated to the sides, leaving a large open area in the middle of the road. Then, 3 tanks drove out of the passage, and the muzzles turned to aim at the giant that was walking step by step towards them. Major General Armstrong quickly jumped into the first tank, bowed his head, and said to the driver inside, "Aim, fire!" Boom! A cannon fired, and then a shell flew towards the giant that was walking. The cannonball hit the giant's body in an instant, but the expected explosion did not happen. Instead, the cannonball's entire body was revealed, and it was caught by the giant's abdominal muscles. A moment later, it fell to the ground and rolled away with a clang. "Don't stop, keep firing." Major General Armstrong continued to order after finding that the effect of the attack was weak. Boom! 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 The other 2 tanks also fired shells, and 3 shells were fired at the giant in the middle. But the effect was still the same. The shell was wrapped by the muscles on the surface of the giant's body and fell to the ground weakly, making a clang, clang sound. But it was not completely ineffective. At least the flashing red light on the giant's body proved that it was indeed injured. "Major General Armstrong, do you need my help?" Sei Ito, who appeared near Major General Armstrong, asked. "Do you know what that thing is?" Armstrong saw Sei Ito taking the initiative and instinctively felt that something was wrong, so he asked. "Cyborgs. a creature that is close to immortality. Your attacks are completely ineffective against it. Ito explained. Cyborgs? Immortality? Major General Armstrong was shocked, but his expression did not show it as he looked at the giant that was still walking slowly towards him. After pondering for 10 seconds, he immediately called the big man next to him and whispered a few words. Then, more than a dozen soldiers turned around and ran away. Don't stop. Keep attacking. Major General Armstrong continued to order after he finished giving the order. What followed was a minute of artillery bombardment. Except for making the red light on the giant's body flicker more intensely, there was no effect at all. Major General, it's ready. At this moment, the big man who had left earlier appeared again and shouted. Good. Armstrong was shocked, then ordered 2 people prepare the freight elevator to the top floor. The others assist Second Lieutenant Balkisu. Armored vehicles, charge. As soon as the order was given, all the personnel immediately acted and quickly dispersed. The tank that Armstrong was riding quickly rushed to the giant and slammed into the giant's abdomen, causing the giant to stop moving forward. But it only stopped. It was not enough to make the giant retreat. At this time, the other 2 tanks slammed into the rear of Major General Armstrong's tank one after another. The 3 tanks exerted force together and knocked the giant back into the freight elevator that had already been prepared. At the same time, after seeing the giant enter the elevator, the soldier in charge of operating the elevator immediately moved the lever and raised the elevator. Let's go up too, Armstrong said. Then the 3 tanks took another freight elevator that led to the top floor and went up. Ito had no choice but to walk up from the other side of the corridor. When he was about to rush up, he suddenly saw Kimberly. At this time, he crossed his arms. One leg was slanted on the ground, and the other leg was raised on the wall. He looked at everything with a faint smile. This is great. Kimberly looked at Ito and said, the collision of will against will, the competition between machines and androids, the beautiful sound of gunfire. It's really great to be able to witness all this. Ito did not stop walking. He walked past Kimberly step by step and ignored Kimberly's morbid exclamation. He only said, Are you going to make a move? No, this is a battle between them. As a bystander, I only need to watch, Kimberly said. Is that so? That's great. I'll accept this sage stone. Ito walked past Kimberly and quickly disappeared into the corridor. As you wish. Kimberly did not move and just said lightly. When Ito arrived at the top of the fortress, he just happened to see the giant being knocked down by Major General Armstrong's tank cannon and falling into the snow. He quickly came to the edge of the fortress and looked down at the giant below. The giant that was struggling to get up on the ground was quickly covered in frost. In a very short time, it was turned into an ice sculpture and was frozen on the ground. Ito did not care about the others. He reached for the railing in front of him, flipped over, and jumped down. Looking at Ito's action, a few soldiers who were idling were startled and subconsciously exclaimed, Hey! It must be known that the height of the top floor of the fortress was at least 20 stories high. Taking the height of 5 meters per floor, it was more than 70 meters high and more than 80 meters high. If a normal person jumped down from here, it would be a dead end. Even if it was an alchemist who had a special ability, he was still a normal person in essence. He would still die. Major General Armstrong hurriedly looked after hearing the soldier's exclamation and saw Ito's clothes disappear. He immediately rushed to the railing and looked down. He saw Ito's body falling rapidly and was close to the ground in a moment. At this time, Ito suddenly turned his body in midair and slammed his palms on the fortress wall. His body immediately flew out in midair to offset the inertia of the fall. He then somersaulted a few times and landed on the ground. Bang! A layer of snow was stirred up on the ground. Ito got up and quickly walked to the frozen giant. With a flash of light, a chain made of ice appeared on the surface of the giant's body and was tightly grasped by Ito. Thanks. Ito looked up and waved at Major General Armstrong with a smile, then dragged the giant behind him and quickly walked away. Major General, do you want to shoot? A soldier asked. No need. Major General Armstrong waved his hand unhappily. He frowned and said to himself, "Is this why you're here?" Not long after Sei Ito disappeared, Kimberly found Major General Armstrong again and asked him to immediately send someone to find Sei Ito's whereabouts so that he could complete his task. Chapter 172. Please collect, please recommend. Dragging the android, he quickly rushed into the forest near the Brig's fortress. After rushing for a while, he entered the desolate area in the magic cube world with the android in his hand. He dissected the android in his hand like a butcher dismembering an ox, took out the core of the sage stone, quickly wrapped it with the magic sealing talisman, threw it into the pre-prepared magic circle, and began to extract the attributes. After a while, Sloth also successfully entered the little puppet. Holding the little puppet with 5 attributes in his hand, Sei Ito sneered and thought to himself, "I killed Sloth who dug the tunnel. What will you do now, little man in a bottle?" Then he put away the little puppet and flashed out of the magic cube world, heading toward the train station. Now that he has completed his goal of coming to Briga's, it's time to return to Sandteller to get the last 2 attributes. If it goes well, he may get a large number of sage stones. However, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Sei Ito did this operation very secretly. He was not discovered by the soldiers and military police of Briga's at all. He successfully sneaked into the train and returned to Sandteller, leaving Kimbro alone in Briga's to continue looking for Sei Ito's traces. A few days later, Sei Ito, dressed in a black suit and with a face that looked like a middle-aged man because of the makeup, once again stepped into the land of Sandteller. First, he asked for a room in the largest hotel in Sandteller and had a good rest. That night, he wore a set of black night clothes and went to the president's mansion. The president's mansion was very large, but the building itself was 3 stories high. There were dozens of windows on both sides of the long walls, not to mention the area after adding the external facilities. It was only a few hundred square meters. Of course, it was not easy to defend when the area was large. He easily climbed over the wall into the president's mansion, avoided the soldiers who were on guard, and successfully climbed into the mansion through a window. He stood in the same spot for a moment, carefully listening to the faint voices within the mansion. After determining the approximate direction of the voices, his body darted out like a nimble cat. Her light footsteps did not make any sound as she moved, as if she was stepping on air instead of solid ground. As Sei Ito moved forward, the soft voices in the distance gradually became clearer. Finally, after turning a corner, he determined the location of the voices. However, at the door where the voice came from, 2 bodyguards in black stood there quietly like pillars. Sei exerted force on his feet and instantly rushed to the front of the 2 bodyguards in black. Before the 2 bodyguards could react, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the necks of the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards softly fell to the ground without a sound. Sei Ito quickly stretched out his hands to catch the 2 of them and gently placed them on the ground, trying not to make any noise. After dealing with the 2 bodyguards at the door, Sei Ito opened the door and swaggered in. This was because there was no need to hide anymore. As long as they entered through the door, they would definitely be discovered. Instead of cowering, they might as well come in openly. "Who are you?" Immediately, a woman's urgent voice sounded. In the room, a woman with a plump body, a kind face, and brown hair tied up high was holding a cute little boy who looked to be about 10 years old. He was wearing a light blue-gray suit, light yellow shorts, and brown leather shoes. She stared sternly at Sei Ito, who walked in. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Madam President." Sei didn't stop walking. He approached him step by step and said, "Who are you? How did you get in? Were the guards outside?" The First Lady still kept asking sternly. However, Sei Ito did not pay attention to the First Lady's questions. He walked in front of the First Lady in a few steps and suddenly reached out to grab the boy in her arms. "Let go of Salim." The First Lady was shocked and immediately cried out when she saw Salim being grabbed. At the same time, she stood up to grab Sei Ito's arm. "Sorry," Sei Ito said calmly. He waved his hand and lightly slashed the First Lady's neck, knocking her out. "Thank you. If you didn't knock her out, It would be really inconvenient for me, Salim, who was in Lin Huang's arms, suddenly said. At the same time, the shadow under Salim's feet suddenly changed strangely. Tentacles stretched out from the shadow and quickly grabbed at Seito. Seito had an idea and threw Salim near the chandelier on the roof. Salim's shadow instantly shrunk. A part of the tentacles that stretched out disappeared before they could retract. After escaping the tentacles' attack, Seito immediately pressed his hands on ground. A soil pillar suddenly protruded from under Salim's body and rose rapidly, pushing Salim under the chandelier. At the same time, Seito's body moved. He jumped into the air and summoned the heavenly sword. He slashed at Salim's head. Kacha! Salim didn't hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the chandelier above his head. He collided with Seito's heavenly sword. After a crisp sound, the room immediately turned pitch black. Only the bright moonlight shone in and cast a faint shadow on the window. Salim jumped down from the soil pillar and was immediately illuminated by the moonlight. A large shadow appeared around his body. The tentacles quickly grabbed at Seito. In the air, Seito waved his heavenly sword. However, the heavenly sword's sharpness attribute was not effective against the shadow attack. Instead, it was caught by the shadow and became a burden. Seito had no choice but to activate his alchemy skill in the air. A powerful flame suddenly rose in the air. It dimmed the shadow in front of Seito, and he instantly snatched the heavenly sword and put it away. Patter! It wasn't until this time that Sei landed on the ground again. The speed of the fight between the two was very fast. I didn't expect you to find a way here. Salim looked at Seito expressionlessly. It seems that Kimberly has been in prison for too long. He has regressed. But it doesn't matter. As long as I catch you here and hand you over to my father, Salim continued. The shadow under Salim's feet had completely changed. Several red eyes and rows of white teeth appeared on his shadow, making it look like an evil monster. Countless tentacles brandished their fangs and claws. Under Salim's control, they quickly rushed toward Seito. Seito did not use any weapons. Normal weapons were useless against shadows. Only light was effective. So, while dodging the shadow's attack, Seito quickly clasped his hands together. Immediately, a wave of fire was thrown out by Seito. It lit up a large area and vaporized much of Salim's shadow. After Sei used a wave of fire to gain more space for himself, he waved his hands again and again. Several waves of fire rushed out continuously, forming a square like a wall, enclosing Salim's body inside. A large number of tentacles stood erect in the middle of the wall of fire, resisting the waves of fire. Then, Seito pressed his hands on the ground again. He imitated Hohenheim's method in the original novel and activated the alchemy circle. Immediately, the ground under the wall of fire moved and turned into 4 thick stone walls. They were connected at the bottom and gradually rose to form a huge cage, completely sealing Salim inside. This big lump is troublesome. Seito clapped his hands and placed them in front of the stone ball. He placed his hands on it and silently chanted. Then, the stone ball disappeared in front of Seito. The shadow's attack is indeed very powerful and troublesome, but the main body can't even move. The weakness is too obvious. As long as I control the light source, it's too easy to catch him in a sealed cage. But, for the average person, it's only possible to catch him. To kill him. Ha! Seito shook his head, amused. Then, he quickly left the Grand President's mansion. Just as he was about to leave, the guards outside rushed in. When they saw the Grand President's wife on the ground and Salim missing, they immediately panicked. They quickly sent the news to the Grand President's office and passed it on to the Grand President. I understand. Take good care of the madam. I'll be back soon. In the office, the Grand President spoke into the phone with a serious expression. Yes. A man's voice came from the phone. Then, the Grand President hung up. Someone get the car ready. I want to go home. The Grand President shouted to the President's secretary outside. Then he got up and walked to the window beside him. He looked at the starry sky outside silently. After a while, he reached for the sword at his waist and turned to walk out of the Grand President's office. He went downstairs and took the car that had been prepared. EF equals Chidian welcomes all readers to read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works are all original works at Chidian. Chapter 173. Begging to be collected, begging to be recommended. Equals in the desolate area of the Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito looked at the round stone ball in front of him that was a head taller than him and was speechless. After a while, his expression changed. He placed his hands on the surface of the stone ball and poured his mental strength into the stone ball. In an instant, the situation inside the stone ball was clearly presented in Sei Ito's mind. Inside the stone ball, Selim stood quietly in place and hit the surface of the stone wall lightly, without any expression. It was unknown what he was doing. At this time, Sei Ito's hands trembled slightly and the light of alchemy flickered. Inside the stone ball, several stone strips as thick as a baby's forearm silently stretched out and quickly attacked Selim's limbs. They were like shackles that imprisoned Selim. Then, the alchemy light in Sei Ito's hands did not stop. His hands gently sank into the surface of the stone ball, as if they were in a swamp, until both of his arms were completely submerged. Inside the stone orb, Sei waved his hands quickly and broke Selim's body. He then took out a blood-red sage stone from the core of Selim's body. Phew, without the help of mental strength, it's really not easy to kill Selim and take the sage stone from his body. After wrapping the sage stone in the stone ball with a magic sealing talisman, he secretly thought to himself as he pulled his hands out of the stone ball. Because no matter what, as long as he gave Selim a little bit of light, he might be able to create a chance for him to counterattack. Therefore, only this kind of method that could be directly operated in a sealed room without light was the best way to kill him. After completely taking out the sage stone, he waved his hand and disintegrated the stone ball in front of him into soil and integrated it into the ground under his feet. The rest of the matter was much simpler. After following the previous steps and transferring the attribute of pride into the little puppet, he flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the hotel to rest. The next day, Sei Ito put on his makeup again and went to the front desk to find the service staff to ask for the day's newspaper. "Sir, the newspaper you asked for." The service staff took out a newspaper from under the counter and handed it to Sei Ito. "Thank you." Sei Ito politely nodded and thanked him, then walked to the side to watch. A photo of Sei Ito's face appeared on the front page of the newspaper. The words beside it described him as a vicious criminal and reported his disappearance yesterday. What? Santlau is under martial law. At this time, a guest next to him suddenly shouted, "Yes, if possible, please try not to go out," a service member said. "Seriously, that despicable bastard. Why did he kidnap the president's son for no reason?" The customer complained with a face full of disgust. "Bastard, has this guy already lost his mind to this extent?" Suddenly, another angry shout rang out in the hall, attracting everyone's attention. He saw a golden-haired young man in red clothes and a tall man in full armor standing in the corner of the hall, angrily reading the newspaper in their hands. Sei Ito looked at the two of them and smiled silently, because these two people were Edward and Alphonse. "Brother, lower your voice, you're disturbing the others." Alphonse looked around with some embarrassment and whispered to his brother, Edward. Edward was reminded by Alphonse to look around and whispered, "What the hell does this bastard want? Isn't his goal the sage stone? Why would he kidnap the president's son? And didn't Colonel Mustang say that he was still in a northern fortress a while ago? Maybe we can only find the answer by going to Colonel Mustang." Alphonse said helplessly. "Yes, let's go find the colonel now," Edward said as he put away the newspaper. "But Yao Lin and the others." Alphonse saw Edward about to leave and quickly said. Hearing what Alphonse said, Edward complained helplessly, "That despicable guy. How can we get rid of him?" "Brother." Alphonse had no choice but to call out sympathetically. "Don't worry about them. Let's go directly to Mustang," Edward decided. "Okay." Alphonse saw that Edward had made up his mind and did not object. He quickly followed Edward out of the hotel and walked to the central government. Ito looked at the two people leaving, then turned and walked to his room. Just as he was going upstairs, he bumped into Yao Lin and the others who were going downstairs. The two groups of people brushed past each other on the stairs, and Ito disappeared around the corner in the blink of an eye. That person. At this time, the old man in Yao Lin's group suddenly stopped and looked at the place where Ito disappeared and muttered to himself, "What's wrong, who?" Yao Lin also noticed the old man's abnormality and asked, "Young master, that person just now gave me a very strange feeling." Hu quickly recovered and explained, "Is that so? But this has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about him. We don't have much time now," Yao Lin said. "Yes, young master," Hu responded and followed Yao Lin down. After returning to the room, Ito returned to his original appearance, then jumped out of the window and walked to a crowded place. Along the way, Ito did not hide his tracks at all. After arriving at a crowded place, he often paused for a moment to let most people see his appearance before he walked to the next place. After 4 or 5 places, the atmosphere on the street changed abruptly. A large number of military police began to appear on the streets and alleys with weapons in hand. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Ito turned and disappeared into an alley on the side. He quickly moved. If he encountered any soldiers guarding the place, he would kill them directly without any hesitation. In this way, St. Teller finally became chaotic under Ito's influence. Most of the citizens were forcibly persuaded to go home by the military police, leaving only a group of military police with live ammunition to search the streets. Of course, because Ito was once a national alchemist and was a dangerous person, the military and national alchemists were absolutely indispensable. In this deliberately created atmosphere, the Grand President appeared on the streets as expected. He sat in his private car and patrolled the search points one by one. On a tall building somewhere, Ito looked at the car driving by at a constant speed below. He jumped down and landed in front of the car, forcing the car to brake forcefully and swerve its tail. The tires rubbed against the ground and made an ear-piercing screech. Seeing this, Ito rushed to the front of the car in an instant. He casually slashed out with the Etienne sword and slashed the side of the car from head to toe. Boom! After 2 or 3 seconds, the car that was slashed suddenly exploded with a loud noise. The entire car burned into a huge fireball. In the fireball, the Grand President, who was wearing a military uniform and holding a long sword, walked out step by step under the illumination of the fire. "We meet again, Your Excellency Grand President, or should I say Android Roz," Ito said calmly as he looked at the Grand President who was walking toward him step by step. "Is this your purpose?" The Grand President pulled out the long sword in his hand with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "That's right," Ito admitted. Everything he did was to lure the Grand President out and then fight with him to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. A very good method, but I don't know if your strength is also good. As the Grand President spoke, he leaned his body forward and rushed towards Ito quickly. The slender long sword in his hand pierced straight toward him. Ito took a step back and leaned his body forward. He swung the Etienne sword in his hand from bottom to top. With a crisp clang sound, half of the slender sword flew out in front of Ito. The Grand President's pupil shrank, but his feet didn't stop moving. He continued to stab towards Xian with half of the long sword in his hand. Ito couldn't turn his sword around. He could only continue to lean back and dodge the stab. He extended his left leg and kicked the Grand President's lower abdomen. Then, as the Grand President dodged, he somersaulted in the air and landed on the ground. He flipped his wrist and quickly stabbed Etienne toward the Grand President's chest like Jingku stabbing Qin. The Grand President's broken sword swept horizontally to avoid the Etienne sword's blade and deflected it with a heavy blow. The long sword in his other hand chopped down towards Ito's arm. Ito quickly abandoned his sword and retracted his hand. His other hand caught Etienne's sword and flicked it toward the Grand President's arm. The Grand President had no choice but to forcefully stop his sword and use the broken sword to deflect Etienne's sword attack. Ito retreated with Etienne's sword in his hand. He quickly turned his body and slashed toward the Grand President's waist with a silver circle. The Grand President flipped his wrist and pointed the tip of his sword downward. He saw the opportunity to forcefully stab the back of Etienne's sword with the tip of his sword. A huge force followed the sword and deflected Etienne's sword. The Grand President successfully dodged it. At the same time, the broken sword once again stabbed towards Sei Ito's chest. Sei Ito leaned to the side and dodged the stab of the broken sword. He held Etienne's sword horizontally and swung it upward toward the Grand President's arm that was holding the broken sword. However, the Grand President had already jumped backward and dodged Sei Ito's attack. The two of them faced off again. The two of them exchanged blows very quickly. It only took a few seconds for the entire exchange to take place. Chapter 174. Let's fight again. Please add me to your collection. Please recommend me. A commotion suddenly came from afar. A large number of people's voices and footsteps rang out one after another. Knowing that the nearby military police had rushed over, Sei Ito, who had decided to end the battle quickly, suddenly exerted force under his feet. He stomped on the ground, creating a depression, his body wrapped in a layer of air waves visible to the naked eye as he rushed in front of the Grand President. The heavenly sword in his hand transformed into shooting stars that enveloped the Grand President's vitals. The Grand President didn't panic when he saw this. His face was still serious, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He waved the two thin swords in his hands, one long and one broken. They cleverly collided with the heavenly sword in Sei Ito's hands, blocking Sei Ito's attack. The two of them didn't move their feet at all. Their hands danced so fast that they were like shadows. A series of clanging sounds rang out in quick succession, and sporadic sparks sparkled. At this moment, Sei Ito's body suddenly blurred. Then, a figure appeared behind Sei Ito and instantly came to the Grand President's side. A cold light flashed, and a handful of blood sprayed out. The Grand President staggered. Then, Sei Ito's sword quickly pierced through his arms. Then, another figure slashed through his legs, and he fell to the ground, half crippled. Sei Ito quickly stepped forward and kicked the two swords in the Grand President's hands. He bent over and picked up the Grand President and the other person beside him. With a few leaps, they disappeared from the street. Then, the two people and the captive disappeared completely in a flash in a corner. Inside the Rubik's Cube world, "We finally took him down," Sei Ito said to Yi beside him with a happy smile as he looked at the Grand President who was fixed to the ground. "Is this the Grand President you mentioned, who has an ability similar to my dragon eyes?" Yi asked curiously as he looked at the Grand President on the ground. "Yes, the strongest eye, a pair of eyes that can clearly see the trajectory of an object's movement," Sei Ito said. "Oh." Yi nodded and responded with a regretful expression. Sei Ito knew what Yi was regretting. It was nothing more than a competition of eyes. Feeling amused, he stretched out his hand and rubbed Yi's head. He smiled and said, "Don't be too regretful. There will always be a chance to meet someone with similar abilities in the future, right?" "That's true." Yi tilted his head and thought for a while before sticking out his tongue at Sei Ito cutely. "All right, you can go back first. I'm going to deal with the thing in his body." Sei Ito turned his gaze back to the calm Grand President. "Okay." Yi nodded and was sent back to his room by Sei Ito. After Yi left, the Grand President suddenly said, "This is not the original world, right?" "That's right." Sei Ito nodded and admitted. After all, from capturing the Grand President to bringing him into the Rubik's Cube world, the Grand President had remained conscious throughout the entire process. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would be able to come to an inconceivable conclusion after discovering that their surroundings had changed in an instant. "Then can you tell me who you are now?" the Grand President asked. "Me? I'm Sei Ito. The name itself is not false. As for the rest, I don't know who I am. Perhaps the term space-time plunderer is the most appropriate description for me at the moment." Sei Ito shrugged. "Is that so?" the Grand President muttered to himself. "But I'm very curious. Why did you give me the title of empty and target me at every turn? Ito asked in return. Because of that goal and intuition, the Grand President said. Your goal of becoming strong is too vague. And as an alchemist who pursues the truth, it's too fake to pursue such a contradictory thing instead of pursuing the truth. Your information is all empty, so I arranged for your title to be empty. The Grand President said, and before Ito-say could ask, he directly explained, your goal of becoming strong is too vague, and as an alchemist who pursues the truth, it's too fake to pursue such a contradictory thing. As for targeting you, I just wanted to confirm whether or not you have the possibility of becoming a pillar of man. I see. And the result? Ito asked with interest. Although I don't know how you did it with that technique of yours. Based on your actions, you have the willpower needed to become a pillar of man, but you don't have the heart needed to become one, the Grand President said bluntly. Art. Ito recalled the similarities between the pillars of man in the lower planes and realized that they were all the type of people who were willing to sacrifice themselves for others. To use a more general term, they were good people, and good people in the truest sense. Well, I know what I want to know. Now, it's time to send you to meet your brothers. As Ito spoke, he drew a six-pointed yin-yang diagram on the ground, and then threw the Grand President Kim Bradley into the center of the diagram. Then he used cinnabar to draw a blood-red reverse diagram on Kim Bradley's bare chest. And finally, he put the little puppet and other objects in the center of the diagram, and then activated the large formation. First, a layer of silver-white light flowed quickly, activating the outermost circle of the large formation. Then, the mercury-like silver-white light quickly invaded Kim Bradley's body and slowly sank under his skin. Then, a series of blood vessels appeared on Kim Bradley's body. Something that looked like a small bug moved quickly in Kim Bradley's blood vessels. It gathered in his chest and condensed into a big lump. Kim Bradley's pained expression suddenly exploded, and the strange blood immediately activated the reverse diagram on his chest. A red light appeared in an instant, absorbing the blood on the diagram, and then gathered into a gray-black energy that silently flowed into the little puppet. After a while, Kim Bradley's body slowly aged, and wrinkles crawled all over his skin. He closed his eyes with a look of relief and stopped breathing. At this time, the little puppet on his chest suddenly shot out a silver-black light, and a ferocious roar like that of a beast came from the little puppet's body. The evil aura quickly rose, and soon it stimulated the 5 wooden sticks around that had turned into torches. The flames on the 5 torches suddenly rose, emitting a hot aura, and formed a 5-star diagram on the little puppet's small side. It rotated and compressed, and the evil aura was pressed into the little puppet's forehead, turning into a small dot and disappearing. Only then did all the changes end. Waving his hand to summon the little puppet, a cold aura came from his hand, and a strange soul fluctuation appeared on the little puppet's body. With a flip of his hand, he put the little puppet away, then let the ground under Kim Bradley's body separate, and let the ground melt his body into the most basic elements to feed back into the ground. Then, he turned and left the Rubik's Cube world. When Ito appeared again, he first observed the situation around him. When he found that the number of military police had increased, and they all looked nervous, he saw an opportunity to quickly grab a military police officer, kill him, and put on his clothes. Then he pretended to be a recruit and rushed in the direction of the 3rd Research Institute in a panic. Now, what he needed to do was to find the little man in the bottle and take away the large number of sage stones under the 3rd Research Institute. Along the way, although some military police occasionally asked Ito which division he was in, Ito was able to fool them. Even if he couldn't fool them, he would kill them and continue moving forward. So soon, Ito arrived at the 3rd Research Institute and ran in openly. Then, pretending to be a soldier delivering a letter, he was led by a researcher to the director of the Research Institute, who was working. Under the stunned gaze of the 2 researchers, he suddenly rushed to the director of the Research Institute, put a pen on the director's neck, and said coldly, Take me to the secret underground research laboratory. Okay, I'll take you there, the director of the Research Institute said with a panicked face. As for the other researcher, he was already scared silly at this time. He stood aside and didn't dare to say a word, his whole body trembling like a sieve. But when he passed by him, Seito quickly put a finger on the researcher's neck and killed him. Seeing this scene, the director of the Research Institute trembled subconsciously, then put away some of his thoughts and obediently led Seito to the secret underground research laboratory. Of course, at this time, Seito had already changed into the white coat of the researcher just now and followed closely behind the director of the Research Institute like a small attendant. They arrived at the basement smoothly. After the director of the Research Institute inserted the key and twisted the lock, a dark room appeared in front of them. Rows of hanging puppets appeared in front of them, and several huge transparent water pipes stood on both sides of the door. Seito waved his hand and broke the director's neck, then quickly walked in. He came to the side of the huge transparent water pipes and looked inside. Sure enough, he saw sage stones of different sizes and shapes floating in the water pipes. Seito didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and broke the wall in front of him, then collected the sage stones inside, then turned to the next pipe. After doing this several times, he collected all the sage stones in his bag, then continued to walk along the passage in the middle of the puppets. That was the final destination of his trip, the location of the little man in the bottle. Chapter 175. Thank you, Sky Messenger, for your tip. It's lonely to run around naked. Walking in the slightly gloomy passage. Looking at the hanging puppets on both sides, a strange feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if he was walking in a human meat market. Gently shaking his head, Seito suppressed the strange feeling that emerged from the bottom of his heart. He sped up and soon arrived in front of a huge steel door. Seito reached out with both hands, grabbed the door crack, and pulled it open. In an instant, a large number of steel pipes appeared in front of Seito, and in the center of the room, under the illumination of the incandescent light on a high seat, a burly old man in a linen robe, with a forehead full of wrinkles and a head of blonde hair, was quietly looking at the door with one hand supporting his face. Neither of them spoke, and they looked at each other. After a while, the man on the high seat put down his hand, sat up straight, and stared at Seito. "You are the murderer who killed my children?" "Yes." Seito nodded, and his right hand naturally reached behind his back. "Why are you doing this?" The man stood up from the high seat and walked down the stairs step by step. "I need the sage stone," Seito answered, and, at the same time, the little puppet that gathered the 7 deadly sins suddenly appeared in his hand behind his back. "Why?" The man stepped on the ground and asked Ito-sei, who was standing still step by step. "To a certain extent, it's similar to your goal." Seito tilted his head slightly and shrugged. "Oh." The man stopped, and his calm eyes flashed with surprise. "You also want to devour God?" "God? That thing is God." Hearing the man's description of the Gate of Truth, Seito was very surprised and looked at the man strangely. "Well, what is your understanding?" The man asked back as if he was discussing with someone. "The truth is the truth, that's all," Seito said. He tightened his grip on the little puppet behind him. A faint silver light shone from his hand and slowly enveloped the little puppet. "Oh, is that so?" The man fell into deep thought, completely ignoring the threat that Seito might pose. Perhaps in his understanding, the only person in this world who could hurt him was Hohenheim. He didn't need to care about anyone else. Just when the man was thinking, the little puppet in Ito-sei's hand suddenly lit up. A dark red light instantly emitted from the little puppet, and a dark aura spread out. It turned into an invisible tentacle and quickly approached the tall man. It quickly disappeared into his body before he could react. In an instant, the man who was deep in thought frowned. He bent over and coughed. Cough, cough, cough. The man covered his mouth with one hand and coughed violently. When he stopped coughing, he looked at his palm and saw a shocking blood-red color. Just as the man was surprised, his body swelled uncontrollably. A large amount of red light and the sound of souls appeared around him, eating away at his body like ants. "What's wrong with me?" the man muttered to himself, completely forgetting about Sei Ito. At this time, Ito Sei, who was standing on the side, stretched out his other hand behind his back and made a gesture. Soon, a cluster of pentagrams appeared on his fingertips and touched the small dot on the forehead of the little puppet. Immediately, the little puppet's body jumped. The man on the other side also uncontrollably raised his head. A dark aura appeared on his forehead, dispersing the red light around him. It looked like it was about to fly out. "My soul!" the man roared. Then his body flashed wildly with red light, suppressing all the changes in his body. Sei Ito's hands didn't stop. His hand, that was forming a hand seal, shook quickly. A talisman with runes written on it appeared between his index and middle fingers. With a shake, it turned into invisible fragments and disappeared. Then, the black energy that had been in a deadlock on the man's forehead suddenly stopped. Then, it protruded even more violently. Only the root of the energy was connected to the man's forehead. It looked like it could break at any time. At this time, a murmur that sounded like a chanting of scripture sounded. At first, it was very soft, like the buzzing of mosquitoes and flies. Then it gradually grew louder and louder. Finally, it sounded like a great bell that rang through the entire space. Chains of runes appeared on the black energy on the forehead of the little puppet and the man behind Sei Ito, flashing with intense light. "It's you." The tall man finally noticed the abnormality on Sei Ito's side. He said with difficulty, "What is this?" Sei Ito ignored him. He only calmly looked at the man in front of him and continued to chant. When the man saw this, he raised his arm with difficulty. His hand was like a claw as it pointed at Sei Ito. A red light flickered faintly, as if it was about to attack. Seeing this, Sei Ito frowned slightly. He stretched out his free arm in front of him and quickly formed a hand seal with one hand. Following Sei Ito's actions, the man's movements immediately stopped. The black energy on his forehead suddenly flew out and completely left the man's forehead. When the man's body fell to the ground, it was still struggling in the air. The time had come. Sei Ito held the little puppet in front of him and pointed it at the black energy in the air. He suddenly shouted, "Summon." In an instant, the black energy entangled by the rune chains in the air shot towards the little puppet in Sei Ito's hand, as if it was pulled by an invisible string. The moment it came into contact with the little puppet, it flashed and completely disappeared. Then, the two rune chains merged together and turned into a thicker and brighter rune chain that wrapped around the little puppet. Then, it was engraved on the little puppet, as if it was inlaid, becoming a decoration on the little puppet. Phew! Only then did Sei Ito breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly walked to the body on the ground. Just as he was about to reach out and grab it, a large number of red energy balls rushed out of the body like a group of tadpoles and formed a whirlpool in the air. Then, under Sei Ito's gaze, they suddenly exploded and disappeared. At the same time, the body on the ground also turned into dust and scattered on the ground. "What a loss," Sei Ito said in a low voice with some annoyance. But when he thought about it, it made sense. After all, the man was not an android made with the Philosopher's Stone as the core. He was a Philosopher's Stone himself, and the humanoid body was just an external form. The most important thing was the soul at the core. Without the souls collected by Sei Ito to stabilize, suppress, and command the other souls in the body to form a complete sage stone, it was easy to imagine how the souls would scatter. After thinking it through, Sei Ito reorganized his thoughts and quickly walked to a stone pillar that was half the height of a man. He placed the little puppet, which had gathered all the souls, in the center of the refining formation engraved on the top of the stone pillar. Then, with the stone pillar as the center, he drew a complicated diagram of a human body refining formation and a sage stone refining formation on the ground. He placed 5 sage stones into 5 small circles on the diagram, then took out all the remaining sage stones and arranged them neatly in a circle on the inside of the outer circle of the diagram at a fixed interval. Only then did he walk back to the stone pillar in the center, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing and mental state. A moment later, his eyes opened abruptly, and he immediately activated the refining formation under his feet. A blue and white electric light instantly covered the array diagram under his feet. A light that seemed to come from underground illuminated the entire array diagram. Then, the red sage stones lit up one by one, instantly turning the array diagram blood red. Countless tentacles stretched out from the ground, and a huge eye opened in the center of the array diagram, covering the entire array diagram. Then, Itsunari felt that his body was like a pile of things, turning into pieces and disappearing. When Seito regained his vision, he was in a pale, white space. Two huge iron gates with strange patterns engraved on them appeared one after the other on Seito's left and right. These are the gates of truth. Why are there two of them? Seito muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. He saw one of the gates of truth suddenly open, and countless tentacles rushed over. Just as Seito frowned, the other gate of truth also opened. Boundless darkness shot out from it, quickly passing through Seito and pouncing on the gate of truth with countless tentacles. Then he saw the gate of truth with countless tentacles suddenly become entwined with electric light, and a strange howl suddenly echoed. Seito looked at the battle between the two gates of truth, somewhat confused, and silently stood to the side, waiting. After a moment, the corner of the gate of truth with countless tentacles suddenly let out a cracking sound. Then, a fragment the size of an iron plate collapsed from the gate of truth, turning into countless smaller fragments that were sucked into the other gate of truth. At the same time, a large amount of information uncontrollably rushed into Seito's mind. Even with his enhanced brain, he still had a splitting headache from the impact. Countless unknown information flowed through his mind like a flood of numbers. Chapter 176. After an unknown amount of time, when Seito regained consciousness, he was already back in the underground space. He sat up from the ground and shook his dizzy and slightly tingling head. Without thinking, a large number of inexplicable words, knowledge, and formulas automatically jumped out, forming a set of information that Seito had never come into contact with before. Feeling that he could not stop his divergent thoughts, Seito frowned and closed his eyes. He adjusted his breathing according to the requirements of his cultivation method, allowing his body and mind to gradually enter a state of emptiness. He quickly restrained his restless thoughts and calmed everything down. After a long time, Seito suddenly spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He opened his eyes slightly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes before returning to normal. Why are there two gates of truth? Seito, who had completely controlled his thoughts, was now in the mood to think about the strange situation just now. Just as this question flashed in his mind, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Of the two gates of truth, one of them was a gate of truth that belonged to this world. The other gate of truth was the summary of all of Seito's knowledge. It was a special gate of truth that was instantiated in the special space where the gate of truth was located. Because it was impossible for a person to have two gates of truth, the two gates of truth spontaneously devoured each other. However, the unique gate of truth that was instantiated by Seito contained too many things, and the content of the gate of truth was too large. No matter what, it could communicate with the truth of 3 or 4 worlds, so it very strongly devoured a part of the gate of truth of this world. As for why it was only a part and not the whole thing, it was because Seito's brain needed a transfer station during the devouring process. Seito's brain could not contain all the truths of this world, so after devouring to a certain extent, it spontaneously entered a state of self-protection, which was to say, a coma. Without a transfer point, the gate of truth naturally stopped devouring and returned to Seito's body. It then brought Seito out of the space of truth. A gate of truth that belongs to me, Seito muttered to himself. Then, His mind shook, and he flashed into the world of the magic cube. Seito stood on the ground of the Rubik's Cube world and looked up at the void. 4 elemental arrays formed by the alchemy of the origin world appeared in front of him. Looking at the 4 base formations in front of him, Seito waved his hand and drew energy from each of the 4 base formations to gather in the void. Then, with the information that appeared naturally in his mind, he began to transform the Rubik's Cube world. A complicated 3-dimensional refining formation appeared in the energy cluster formed by the 4 energies, trapping all the energies in the 3-dimensional refining formation. With a flash of light, a huge fireball appeared in the void. There's the sun, and below it is the moon. Seito muttered to himself. He stretched out his hand and drew energy from the water, air, and earth-based formations again. They also gathered into a 3-dimensional refining formation that connected everything. Then he mobilized the existing mineral resources in the world to quickly fill it up. After a refining light, it turned into a gray ball that stopped in the void. There's the moon, but I still need a few stars. Seito didn't stop talking and waved his hand. Either gas, earth, or water, air, and other energies gathered into a ball. Then, metal minerals, earth, trees, water, and other elements were added to fill up the structure. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 spheres were arranged behind the sun and the moon. Rise! Seito looked at the 7 objects that could be said to be planets in the void and mobilized the power of the world to arrange them. In Seito's perception, the invisible power of the world quickly penetrated and merged into the 7 planets, driving them to their respective positions and rotating according to a certain pattern. For example, the sun in the Rubik's Cube world rose from the right and set from the left. When the sun set, the moon would also rise from the right and set from the left, forming a complete day and night cycle. In other words, after the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the Rubik's Cube world had a clear black and white celestial change for the first time. The 5 planets that were named after the 5 elements formed an inexplicable pattern and rose high into the Rubik's Cube. Like real stars, they turned into 5 bright spots of light, shining brightly. Then, a wave of energy fluctuations that weren't particularly obvious came from the stars and quickly spread to every corner of the Rubik's Cube world. Then, the soul energy in the Rubik's Cube world also moved, flowing like a stream. According to a certain pattern, it flowed between the 5 planets and the continent below, gathering the energy of the 5 elements to nourish everything. Then Seito waved his hand again, and the 4 elemental array turned into 4 streamers and scattered to the 4 corners of the Rubik's Cube, continuing to operate. After this torment, not only did the Rubik's Cube world become more powerful because of a few more rules, even the environment became more vivid. However, the world power, soul energy, and various materials in the world were consumed a lot. The things brought back from the heavenly world were all used up, and almost all the resources plundered from the celestial world were left. It seems that I have to be a thief again in the steel refining world. Seito sighed helplessly and then shouted, "Come out!" In midair, a large amount of world power and a small amount of soul energy quickly gathered in the void, forming a gray energy light ball, slowly changing in midair. In the energy light ball in midair, 2 energy beams as thick as an adult's arm stretched out from the left and right. After pulling out a distance, they directly made a 90-degree turn and went down at a uniform speed. After roughly outlining the shape of a door, they made another 90-degree turn and met again at the bottom center, then went straight up from that point and returned to the original energy ball. Then, at the door frame formed by the gray energy ball, a large amount of gray energy flowed down like a waterfall, quickly filling up the empty space in the middle. After filling up, a large bird-like pattern with 7 circles and a large number of long feather-like leaves appeared. Each circle was engraved with a phrase. Although Seito himself could not understand what the words were, the meaning clearly emerged in his mind. They were respectively science and technology, martial arts, spirit, alchemy, Taoism, and two phrases that change at any time. The gate of truth that belongs to me can also appear in the Rubik's Cube world, but the consumption of world power and soul energy is a bit more than I expected. Seito looked at the solidifying gate of truth in midair and thought to himself. After a long while, when the gate of truth was completely solidified and no longer changed, Seito lightly shouted, "Hide." The gate of truth in midair suddenly shook like a wave, and then gradually became a faint shadow until finally it completely disappeared into the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Immediately, the Rubik's Cube world shook, and an endless storm suddenly rolled up high in the void, carrying an inexplicable force that quickly spread out. The water-like energy impact quickly filled every corner of the Rubik's Cube world. Then a strange force poured into Ito's body from under his feet, quickly transforming his body structure and the purity of his energy. Even his soul had an inexplicable change. After a while, everything returned to normal. Ito looked down at his clenched fists with a strange expression, not knowing what to say. If the strength of his body before was in the human category, then the strength of his body now was inhuman. It was no longer a problem for him to take a bullet from a sniper rifle with his physical strength alone. This level of body is stronger than iron and doesn't have the stiffness of demons. It's similar to bronze, so let's call it bronze for the time being. I'm probably at the beginner bronze level now. Ito muttered to himself, and then suddenly said, "It feels like a Saint Seiya." Then he carefully felt the purity of the energy in his body. Originally, Ito's energy in his body was more than 2 times purer than the energy of an ordinary person. After this purification, it was more than 3 times stronger than the energy of an ordinary person. In terms of energy purity, it was no weaker than the 4 great demons that surrounded him. My mental strength has broken through to the beginner advanced stage. It seems that the change in the strength of the soul can directly affect the quality of my mental strength. After feeling the purity of the energy, Ito focused his mind and immediately found the change of the spiritual power. In the misty spiritual power, a drop of silver-white substance, like a water droplet, appeared in his mind. It was like a silver bean shining with soft light. After checking his body, Ito's body flashed and appeared in the central area of the house. Achung. When Ito appeared, he immediately alerted Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the house, and called out in surprise, "What's wrong?" Ito also noticed the changes in Yi's body and asked, "Achung, did something happen just now?" I suddenly felt a surge of energy entering my body from the bottom of my feet, transforming my body in energy intensity. Moreover, the surrounding space also felt different, as if there was something extra. Yi quickly got up from the ground and spoke about the changes he had discovered. "It's fine. I just added a few laws to the Rubik's Cube world. That energy is the feedback from the Rubik's Cube world's laws. This kind of thing will happen again in the future, so don't worry too much about it," Ito said with a smile. "So it's like that." Yi nodded in realization. In other words, Chang succeeded? Something like that. However, it's a little different from what I expected. It should be said that he gained too much. Ito sighed. "That's great." Yi was even happier than Ito. "But I'm going to be a thief again. The consumption of resources is much greater than I expected." Ito shook his head helplessly. "It's fine. It's not your first time anyway." Yi comforted him unscrupulously. Then, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "AI." Ito sighed with a look of, "I misjudged you," and then laughed. Chapter 177. Thanks to Sky Messenger, Northern Kraken, and Ordinary Man for their tips. Isn't it normal to run around naked and ask for recommendations? Say Ito and Yi were stunned for a moment, then flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world. Standing beside the stone pillar that had been shattered into a pile of rubble, he bent down and pulled out the deformed little puppet from the rubble on the ground. Looking at the little puppet that had returned to its original mahogany color, he sighed and put it away. A good 300-year-old thunderstruck peach would, There's only one in the entire Wudong Mountain. It won't be easy to find another one in the future, Saito said with some heartache. Then, he glanced at the sage stone on the ground that had disappeared without a trace. He didn't do anything, but a crisp kacha sound came from under Ito-sei's feet. A huge crack centered on the soles of his feet quickly spread in all directions. Soon, it covered the entire underground space, making the underground space look like it had been attacked by an earthquake. Ito didn't stop and stepped out of the underground space. The moment he stepped out of the door, a loud rumble suddenly erupted from the space behind him. A large amount of smoke and dust rose like clouds, almost instantly filling the entire space. A choking smell spread out from the door. Ito waved his hand. A wave of air came out from his hand, completely dispersing the smoke and dust around him. Following the original path, he quickly walked out of the corridor and came to the door of the secret research room. Stepping over the research director's corpse on the ground, he walked out of the secret basement without looking back. Then a group of researchers panicked because of the tremors and the corpse in the director's office. He left the Third Research Institute without attracting any attention. In the next few days, the entire Santera city was in complete chaos. The streets were under martial law. No citizens were allowed to leave their homes. Even if they left their homes, they were interrogated multiple times like criminals. Then they were required to return home before 5 p.m., otherwise their entire family would be punished. This is the last material warehouse in Santera City. I've finally taken all. After storing the last piece of steel into the Rubik's Cube world, Ito patted his non-existent hands with a relaxed expression and turned to leave. It really is you. Suddenly, a familiar shout came from the door, followed by a group of people's footsteps. Ito looked towards the source of the sound. The familiar Edward brothers appeared in front of him. Next to them stood Major Colonel Armstrong, who had met Ito-sei in the hospital, as well as Major Colonel Mustang and his beautiful adjutant, who had met Ito-sei several times. Behind them, there was a group of armed and vigilant soldiers. Why did you do this? Isn't your goal the sage stone? What is the purpose of stealing these construction materials and military supplies? Edward looked at Ito-sei with a serious face and asked. Also, where are the president and his son, Salim? Maston asked coldly. I don't have any purpose, just because I need it. Ito-sei shrugged and replied to Edward. Then, he looked at Mustang with an amused expression and said, Huh? A guy who wants to be the president is actually concerned about the president's whereabouts. How interesting. Without the president, wouldn't you be able to climb up the ranks better? Although I really want to be the president, I won't allow you to drag the country into chaos. Mustang raised his hands, his left hand tugging at the bottom of the white glove on his right hand. He said with a cold expression, Even if I have to climb up the ranks, I'll do it my own way. What a firm belief. Ito nodded and praised, then said, But the president and his son will never appear before you again. You bastard. Edward's face was filled with rage. His left hand, which was still a normal limb, clenched into a fist and made a slight cracking sound. Is that so? Then I'm arresting you on the charge of kidnapping and murdering the president. Just surrender. If you resist, only death awaits you. Mustang muttered softly before taking a step forward with a serious expression. At the same time, Major Armstrong's shirt burst open, revealing the strong muscles underneath. He clenched his fists and slammed them together, making the gloves on his hands clink. Looks like I'll have to fight before I leave. Ito's eyelids drooped slightly as he muttered to himself. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes, and his aura instantly erupted, surging toward the people opposite him like a tsunami. Although they didn't know what aura was or what spiritual pressure was, they knew that if they continued to let this uncomfortable feeling grow in their hearts, it would definitely cause their combat strength to be greatly reduced. They looked at each other subconsciously and moved at the same time. Edward clasped his hands together and quickly pressed them against the ground. An earth wall rose from the ground and blocked in front of Ito. Beside him, Major Mustang extended his right arm and snapped his fingers. A line of fire quickly shot out, circling around Edward's earth wall and blasting behind it. Major Armstrong quickly rushed toward the earth wall behind the two of them, waiting for Sei-Ito to appear at any time. The moment the earth wall appeared, Sei-Ito immediately pressed his hands against the ground. Two earth walls instantly rose around him and behind him, surrounding him. Then he exerted force with his feet and leaped up as if he was jumping. When he leaped up, Mustang's flames immediately collided with the earth walls around him. A loud explosion erupted, shattering Sei-Ito's earth walls into countless pieces. Ito-Sei, who was in the air, jumped over Edward's earthen wall and landed on the ground, bumping into Major Lieutenant Armstrong. He raised his hand to block Major Armstrong's straight punch, then raised his leg to meet Armstrong's raised left leg, while his other hand quickly punched toward Major Armstrong's head. Major Armstrong's head moved back slightly to avoid Sei-Ito's attack. At the same time, he quickly jumped back to get some distance away. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared behind Sei-Ito and exploded. Boom! A huge explosion accompanied the explosion of a blazing fireball. The instant the fireball exploded, Sei-Ito immediately covered his back with ki, forcefully resisting the impact and burning of the heat wave. He borrowed the momentum of the heat wave to quickly charge in front of Major Armstrong and send out a dual wind slash. Major Armstrong hurriedly raised his fist to block Sei-Ito's arms and extended his leg to kick at Sei-Ito's chest. Sei-Ito quickly retracted his hands and pressed down on Armstrong's calf like a saddle horse. He leaped up high and stood upside down on Major Armstrong's leg before kicking at Armstrong's head. Bang! Major Armstrong's arm collided with Sei-Ito's kick. However, because Sei-Ito's strength was too great, even Armstrong's perfect body couldn't withstand it. His arm lowered slightly, and Sei-Ito's kick landed on his scalp, immediately creating a bruise. With a twist of his hands, Sei-Ito flipped over and landed on the ground. At this moment, he felt the ground tremble. A clenched fist made of mud was about to burst out from the ground. This was Edward's alchemy attack. Sei-Ito didn't dodge. Alchemy light flickered under his feet and directly disintegrated Edward's alchemy into the most primitive mud. Seeing that Edward's attack didn't work, Armstrong quickly rushed forward to Sei-Ito and quickly threw a series of jabs at Sei-Ito's head like a boxer. Sei-Ito sneered disdainfully. He tilted his head slightly and dodged Armstrong's jabs. At the same time, he raised his hand and grabbed Armstrong's arm. Before Armstrong could throw another jabs, Sei-Ito pushed Armstrong's chest and threw him into the crowd at the entrance. The soldiers at the entrance panicked and dodged Armstrong's body. Only Major Mustang didn't move. He immediately snapped his fingers twice, and two lines of fire quickly flew out and exploded in front of Sei-Ito. Boom! A huge fireball filled the center of the warehouse. The scorching heat caused the sand and dust on the ground to fly away. The flames came and went quickly, especially when there was nothing to burn. In the blink of an eye, they turned into black smoke and disappeared. Within the flames, a mud-like armor gradually fell from Sei-Ito's body and scattered on the ground. As expected of one of the top alchemists in this world, you really know how to look for opportunities. Sei-Ito held the heavenly sword that appeared when the explosion dissipated and looked at Edward and the others indifferently. You're the one who really impressed me, Alchemist of Sky, Sei-Ito. Mustang formally called out Sei-Ito's title together with his name. You're still unharmed under the attacks of the three of us. I can't help but admire your strength. No wonder you dared to do so many dangerous things. Thank you for the compliment. But let's not waste any more words. Let's fight. Sei-Ito raised the heavenly sword in front of his chest and held it with his left hand. Chapter 178. Since I've dropped a few collectibles, I'll just ask for the next one. Major Armstrong. Mustang stared at Sei-Ito, who was standing in the warehouse, and called out to Armstrong, who had just walked back. Here. Armstrong's tall body lowered slightly as he whispered into Mustang's ear. Restrain him from the front like before. Try to force him to the corner, Major Mustang said in a low voice. Then, he shouted. Edward, try to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, affect his movements, and provide Major Armstrong with an opportunity. Okay. Edward's gaze fell on Saito as he said in a deep voice, Lieutenant Hawk, if there's an opportunity, don't hesitate to shoot him. Mustang said to the beautiful adjutant beside him. Yes, the beautiful adjutant, Hawk replied. I'll handle the rest of the firepower. Mustang finished giving out orders and suddenly shouted, Go! Immediately, Major Armstrong and Edward rushed towards Saito. On the other hand, Alphonse pressed his hands on the alchemy circle on the ground and activated alchemy. Bang, 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 bang. While the others were moving, Lieutenant Hawk's gunfire also rang out. With the flashing of sparks, bullets flew towards Saito. Seeing the attack from the opposite side, Saito moved the heavenly sword in his hand and deflected the flying bullets with a wave of his hand. Then he moved his feet and dodged the attack of the earth spear that rushed out from the side. He then rushed toward Armstrong and Edward. Along the way, Armstrong's fists flashed with blue lightning. A straight punch wrapped in a transparent shockwave blasted toward Sheehan first. Saito moved his feet and changed his position according to the Jogong. His body suddenly blurred as he dodged Major Armstrong's heavy punch. At the same time, the heavenly sword in his hand stabbed at a strange angle toward the flaw that Armstrong had exposed when he punched out. Just as Saito's heavenly sword was about to stab Major Armstrong, Edward's left hand swiped across the mechanical arm of his right hand. A sharp sword tip emerged and collided with Saito's heavenly sword at lightning speed, blocking the dangerous blow from Major Armstrong. Thanks, Armstrong said as he retracted his fist and turned around to throw another punch at Saito's upper body. You're welcome, Edward replied casually and kicked Saito's lower body. Saito tapped his toes on the ground and quickly retreated to avoid their attacks. At this time, another gunshot rang out. A bullet hit Saito's arm by a hair's breadth and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Aya, that was really dangerous. Saito raised his hand and looked at the small round hole in his clothes as he spoke to the stunned people in front of him. Are you still human? Edward said without any nervousness. Saito was not in the mood to pay attention to his ridicule. He just changed his footwork a few times and rushed in front of Edward. He used Pine welcoming sword and pointed the tip of his sword at Edward's throat. Be careful! Major Armstrong hurriedly shouted and threw a punch at Heavenly Sword. With a flick of his wrist, Ito Sei's sword immediately changed. His sword moved in the direction of Major Armstrong's fist. Halfway through, he suddenly wanted to make a small arc with his sword and then immediately lifted up. Swoosh. A sound similar to that of a cool breeze rang out. Under Armstrong's astonished and shocked gaze, the wrist that he had thrown out was immediately separated from his body, and blood splattered everywhere as it flew out. Major Armstrong. Edward's pupil shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, a series of gunshots rang out, quickly shooting at Saito's vital points. Be it the forehead, eyes, neck, chest, limbs, as long as they could stop Saito from continuing to move, they were all shot at. Because the gunshots were too dense, Saito had to dodge the attacks on his head and use his body to take the other bullets. He quickly retreated for a distance. Immediately, a violent heat wave suddenly appeared around his body and enveloped him again. All phones, imprison him immediately. Colonel Mustang shouted as he set Saito on fire. Got it. All phones, who had been squatting by the side and looking for an opportunity to attack, said, Oomph. In the flames, Saito snorted coldly. The key wrapped around his body suddenly erupted, instantly blowing away the flames in front of him like a hurricane. Then, he turned into a black shadow and reappeared in front of Edward and Major Armstrong. The heavenly sword in his hand trembled slightly, stabbing, slashing, slashing. The continuous attacks instantly enveloped the two of them. After a while, when Saito's sword light stopped again, Major Armstrong was covered in blood and kneeling on the ground with his eyes closed. Behind him was Edward, whose right mechanical arm was completely broken and had a dull look on his face. Brother, Major Armstrong. Alphonse couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the situation of the two of them. Bastard. Colonel Mustang yelled angrily. But considering that Ito was too close to Edward and Alphonse, he couldn't use alchemy at all. He grabbed the rifle in the hand of a soldier next to him and raised it to shoot at Ito. In an instant, a series of gunshots rang out, and countless bullets were fired at Ito at high speed. Ito didn't stop moving. He waved the heavenly sword in front of him in a circle, blocking all the bullets. His body quickly passed by Mustang and rushed into the group of soldiers. His body turned into an afterimage, and the heavenly sword in his hand danced among the soldiers like a silver light. Immediately, a large number of screams accompanied by limbs flying and blood splattering sounded one after another, stimulating Colonel Mustang's visual and auditory nerves. After all, the soldiers were still ordinary people. When they encountered Ito, who was an inhuman existence to them, they had no resistance at all. Soon, Ito cleared out the soldiers outside the warehouse, leaving behind broken limbs and streams of blood on the ground. Ito looked back at the angry Mustang and Edward on the other side, who could explode at any time. He jumped onto a nearby roof and quickly disappeared after dodging Mustang's flame bombardment. Then, using disguise and infiltration methods, he took a train and left St. Troll. In the following days, Ito completely changed the way he stole. He basically just smashed things here and there. One day, a warehouse in the Eastern Military Region might be destroyed. The next day, it might be a problem with the border with the South. On the third day, it might even be a city on the southern border that suffered. He worked like this for about 2 months. After plundering a large portion of the country's resources, he returned to the eastern border city. He wore a yellow windbreaker and disappeared into the vast desert. "So this is alchemy," Ito exclaimed as he sat in front of an old man in Exyan clothing. "You're even more outstanding than I imagined. You've completely grasped the basics of alchemy in just a few days." "What terrifying talent," said an old man with a head full of white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and gray eyes sitting cross-legged. "It's all thanks to Master Li's teachings," Ito said humbly. "I didn't teach you anything. I only told you the principles of alchemy and how to find the atmosphere. Everything else is the result of your hard work." Master Li shook his head. "All right, now that you've learned alchemy, all that's left is to accumulate knowledge through the way of 10,000 principles. Go." Master Li said as he closed his pair of gray eyes that were almost invisible. "Yes," Ito nodded respectfully. He stood up and bowed respectfully in front of Master Li before turning to leave. Outside the room, Ito looked at the streets of this world that resembled ancient China again. He blended back into the crowd and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside the Rubik's Cube world, Ito stood in the courtyard in the central area. He looked at the ground beneath his feet and visualized the situation of the entire continent in his mind. After a long while, Ito suddenly mobilized the world force in the Rubik's Cube world. He waved his hand and poured it into the ground in front of him. He outlined a dragon snake-like pattern. He didn't know how much time had passed. When the pattern below the continent was finally filled with the world force, he felt the entire continent suddenly shake. Then, several mountains of different heights suddenly rose from the ground. After the soul energy and the 5 elemental energy mixed together, it turned into a small stream that quickly coiled around the foot of the mountain. It outlined a river that extended out. Using the earth energy theory of alchemy and the ancient dragon vein theory of China, it really can be realized under the effect of the world force. Ito looked at the several small mountains in the distance with some excitement and said to himself happily, although it still looked barren and slightly desolate, he believed that if he got more trees in the future, he would soon be able to make the Rubik's Cube world full of vitality. Plants, animals, it seems like there's a lot to add in the future, Ito sighed. He turned around and walked toward Yi, who came out to check because of the shaking. Chapter 179. Thank you, Ordinary Stranger, for your tip. This chapter is more interesting. Looking for recommendation, Looking for collection equals in the forest. Under the bright moonlight, a figure suddenly appeared in the open space in the forest. He stayed in the same place for less than a minute. Then he turned into a blurry shadow and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Sure enough, I'm still more accustomed to the nightlife of the city. In the city, Seito looked at the noisy crowd on the street and sighed. Suddenly, Seito was shocked. His eyes lit up as he looked at the vending machine not far away. He saw 3 men and a woman standing in front of the vending machine talking about something. 2 of the men were chatting with the woman. Sometimes the woman smiled shyly, and sometimes the woman blushed. The other man was holding a camera that looked like a DV in his hand. He was filming the conversation between the other 2 men and the woman from multiple angles. This is an AV. Seito looked at the interaction of the 4 people with a little excitement. He touched his chin and smiled. Sure enough, soon after, the woman nodded and walked to the couple's hotel not far away with the help of the 2 men. Watching the 4 people walk away, the bored Seito continued his street stroll. There was no clear goal. He just walked along the street. Soon, Seito came to a commercial street in the center of the city. Although it was now 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, for a country with a particularly rich nightlife in Japan, it was still early to go to bed. It was not bedtime at all until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. "Handsome, do you want to play together?" At this time, several girls wearing student uniforms and standing near the street greeted Seito. Seito stopped and looked at the girls with some surprise. "Are you calling me?" "Of course, how about it, handsome? Do you want to play together?" The 3 girls saw Seito stop. After seeing his face clearly, their eyes lit up. They walked to Seito and laughed. "What do you want to play?" Seito asked with interest. This was the first time he met such girls who took the initiative to talk to him, so he chatted with the 3 girls. "Play some more adult games." One of the girls with neck-length hair, purple eyeshadow, and pink lipstick laughed. "Yeah, do you want to play together?" Another girl with slightly longer hair scattered behind her back and a more colorful face makeup said while playing with her mobile phone. Are you the kind of people who ask for money?" Seito asked, pretending to be innocent. "Of course. Otherwise, who would play with you? Do you think people will throw themselves at you just because you're handsome?" Another girl said. She had short hair, a round face, and bright eyes. She was chewing gum in her mouth. Then I don't want it." Seito pretended to be weak and said, "TSK, so you're poor guy." The short-haired girl straightforwardly pointed her middle finger at Seito. She turned her head to the side with a look of disdain and continued to look for targets. "Seeing how handsome you are, it's fine if you don't want to pay." The girl with neck-length hair put her arm on Seito's shoulder and whispered in Seito's ear with a seductive voice. I said, "Jime, you can't be serious, right?" The girl with slightly longer hair that draped over her shoulders said with an exaggerated expression as she looked at the girl with neck-length hair, who was none other than Kwanmei. "Why not? Don't you feel disgusted staying with those perverted uncles every day? It's rare to meet such a pure and handsome guy. I'm very willing to give him to you for free." Jime leaned her head on Seito's shoulder and said, "Then do whatever you want. I won't do anything without money." The long-haired girl rolled her eyes and walked to the short-haired girl's side to continue looking for targets. "What do you think, little brother? Do you want to play together?" Jime looked at Seito with a seductive smile after seeing her 2 companions flirt with the uncles and elites. "You really don't want money?" Seito asked with a smile. "If it's you, then it's fine if you don't want it." Jime smiled, and her right index finger moved up and down Seito's chest. "How old are you?" Seito asked. "How about you?" Jime asked back. 19, Seito said. "You're 1 year older than me." Jime moved her body away from Seito's side and sized up Seito. "I didn't expect you to be older than me. I'm young." Seito could only say so. After his body was transformed by the Rubik's Cube, he became younger and younger. He didn't change at all in the heavenly sword and steel smelting world, so he probably wouldn't change in the future. "Let's go. There's a couple's hotel not far ahead. Should we go there or find another place?" "Of course, if you want to do it in the wild, I'm fine with it." Jime stepped forward and grabbed Seito's arm. Forget it. I'm not interested in this. Sei Ito didn't have the mood to continue teasing her. He gently pulled down Jiamei's arm and shook his head. Yo, pretending to be innocent? Jiamei looked at Sei Ito in surprise and mocked. I offered it to you for free, but you didn't do it. Do you really think being handsome can make a living? Since you don't like it, then I won't serve you. After saying that, she turned around to look for her other two companions, who knew that the long-haired one had already disappeared, and the short-haired one was carrying a bald uncle with a big belly and walking towards the hotel. Jia Mei frowned unhappily. Her eyes quickly scanned the street, and her gaze stopped on a young man who looked good. She quickly ran over. Sei Ito's gaze followed Jia Mei's figure. When he saw the young man who looked good, he instinctively frowned and stopped. After a while, the young man happily hugged Jia Mei's waist and walked away. Sei Ito tilted his head and thought for a moment, then followed. Who was Sei Ito? Following the two of them was as easy as flipping his hand. Just like that, the three of them gradually left the business district and walked toward the construction site with a large number of safety barriers. Okay, let's do it here. In the construction site, in a room of a building that was about to be demolished, a man said to GMA, "No way. You're interested in this kind of place?" GMA looked at the surroundings and frowned in disgust. "I prefer the environment here." The man smiled. "Okay, but you'll have to pay more," GMA said, and then began to take off her school uniform. GMA's clothes were very simple. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt with the school's emblem on the front and a red scarf tied around the collar. Her lower body covered her thighs with a red skirt with white checkered patterns, revealing a pair of pretty long legs. On her calves was a pair of white leg socks, and on her feet was a pair of black square-toed leather shoes. Therefore, after GMA took off her shirt, she immediately revealed her yellow bra with lace patterns. Seeing this, the man's breathing became a bit hurried, and his eyes became a bit bloodshot. His hands that were hanging by his sides unconsciously clenched, and blue veins faintly appeared under his skin. Then, GMA put the shirt on the side of the floor that looked clean. She bent down and took off her short skirt, revealing the yellow underwear inside. GMA looked up at the man who was breathing more and more hurriedly, but still did not take off his shirt. "Take it off." "Oh, okay." The man responded and quickly took off his suit jacket and threw it on the ground, then began to take off his pants. When he took off only a pair of boxers, GMA was completely naked except for her shoes and bubble socks. A patch of black forest was growing messily under GMA's lower abdomen. The man roared like a tiger and very impatiently hugged GMA's body and carelessly bit and pinched. "It hurts," GMA exclaimed, but the man still did not listen. He used more and more strength, and it was so strong that GMA could not take it. She desperately pushed the man in front of her and said, "I said it hurts, bastard. I'm not doing business with you." "Not doing business. In your dreams, you bunch of cheese." At this time, the man's eyes were bloodshot. His 5 fingers that were grabbing GMA's arm deeply dug into her flesh. He panted and said fiercely, "It's you bunch of cheese who made me a cuckold. You caused me to be laughed at by my colleagues, and you caused me to lose my job. I'm going to kill you all." As the man spoke, he waved his hand and slapped GMA's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the empty room. "You cheese. Cheese." As he spoke, he slapped GMA's face a few more times. Just when she was about to see stars, the man's hands tightly grabbed GMA's neck, and he breathed heavily. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Chapter 180. Every day, I lose a few and gain a few. The pressure is huge. Please add, please recommend. Just as GMA was about to faint, Sei Ito appeared in front of the man. He waved his hand and broke the man's arms. Then, he carried GMA and retreated. "Ah," the man screamed, but he quickly suppressed the pain due to his anger. His eyes lit up with an abnormal red light as he panted heavily. A white stream of air appeared in front of the man. He said in a suppressed voice, Why did you stop me? Why didn't you let me kill that bitch? It's all your fault. You bastard. You bitch. You hurt me. Cough, cough, cough. Jia Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She laid in Sei Ito's arms and coughed violently. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at the man. Her body trembled as she shrank into Sei Ito's arms, like a little bird seeking warmth. Have you gone crazy? Sei Ito frowned and said softly. He then looked at Jia Mei in his arms. Just as he was about to knock Jia Mei out and get rid of the man, he saw the man's body tremble abnormally. Blue veins appeared on the man's exposed body, making him look even more terrifying. This is a demon possessed, Sei Ito said subconsciously. He then pushed Jia Mei to the side and rushed towards the mutated man. He used his hand as a knife and chopped towards the man's neck. Swish! The man's body suddenly jumped back with a soft sound. Roar! The man was on all fours. He opened his mouth like a wild beast and unnaturally stuck his tongue out as he roared. F***Sike. Ito, Sei cursed in a low voice, and his body immediately became blurred. Before the man's body subconsciously wanted to move, he instantly appeared beside the man and punched the man's exposed spine. The man was paralyzed on the ground, and only his head was still struggling on the ground. I thought he was just a perverted murderer. I didn't expect him to be possessed by a demon. How unlucky. Sei Ito kicked the man's face and knocked him out. His gaze then fell on the naked Jia Mei. Only then did Jia Mei react, as if she had just woken up from a dream, and shrieked. Shut up, Sei Ito shouted, scaring Jia Mei back into her throat. Then, step by step, he walked towards Jia Mei, whose face was filled with fear, her body was trembling, and yellow liquid was flowing from her lower body. Ignoring Jia Mei's begging expression of wanting to cry, but not daring to, a silver light flashed in his eyes, piercing straight into Jia Mei's eyes. A moment later, Sei Ito walked away from Jia Mei and jumped out of the window with the man on the ground, disappearing into the night. Not long after, Jia Mei's expression changed, and she looked around in confusion. When Jia Mei realized that she had no idea how she got here and how she ended up in such a sorry state, she subconsciously shivered. She looked at the pitch-black corridor with some fear, picked up the clothes on the ground, and ran out naked. On the other side, Sei Ito brought the man to a deserted corner and waved his hand. A flame fell on the man's body. As if he was splashed with gasoline, the fire immediately raged on the man's body. It didn't take long for the man to be completely burned to ashes, scattering in the air with a gust of night wind. Sei Ito didn't have the mood to continue strolling around, so he found a decent 3-star hotel to rest. The next morning, Sei Ito woke up early. After eating a simple breakfast, he took the Shinkansen back to Tokyo City. He took the Yamanote line that circled around Tokyo City to Akihabara. He used his phone to find the name of the largest electronic shopping center in Akihabara. Under the guidance of passers-by, he quickly arrived in front of a huge building that was more than 10 stories high. He casually glanced at the advertisement on the electronic screen on the outer wall of the building, then he walked in. Sei Ito's goal was clear. He went directly to the floor that sold laptops. Under the surprised expression of the salesperson, he bought 10 laptops with the best configuration and dozens of large-capacity hard disks in units of T. He packed them in 2 boxes and left under the enthusiastic gaze of the salesperson. He walked into the bathroom on the floor and put the boxes into the Rubik's Cube world after confirming that there was no one around. He then turned around and walked out of the electronic shopping center to the animation, game, and video store. After entering the video store, Sei Ito was also straightforward. Under the eyes of the boss and several customers around him, he directly asked the boss to take out all the animation, comics, games, movies, and DVDs and standalone books published in the past 10 years, regardless of whether they were from H or not. Sir, the things you want are 2. Our store only has stock of the popular ones in recent years. We can't do anything else. The boss shook his head with a bitter smile. It was not easy to meet a big customer. Although the things he wanted were not obscure, it was not something that could be found easily. Moreover, it was impossible to find all the animation, comics, movies, and games published in the past 10 years, regardless of whether they were from H or not. Then give me a copy of everything you have in stock. Then you can contact the other stores in Akihabara to have a look. I think you can do that. Seito also knew that his request was difficult to fulfill, so he took a step back and said, Yes, of course. The boss saw that Seito had changed his request, so he quickly said. He then asked the worker beside him to bring Seito inside to rest. He picked up the phone in front of him and started dialing. When Seito left Akihabara, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. He sat in a large truck that the boss of the video store had helped him hire. When the truck drove to a certain warehouse, he used hypnosis on the driver to put the items in the truck away. He then said goodbye to the driver who had returned to normal and walked home. Just as Seito stepped into the area where his house was located, a feeling of being watched immediately arose from the bottom of his heart. Seito walked toward his house quietly. He slowly spread out his mental power and scanned everything around him. Soon, he found a man in black lying on the roof of a house. Only his eyes were exposed, and he was holding a black shuriken in his hand. Not far from a man in black was Seito's house. At the top of the house, there was a seemingly transparent floating object. Invisibility? Seito was a little uncertain. It wasn't long, and Seito soon arrived in front of his house. The moment he reached out to touch the door handle, the transparent floating object in his mental power suddenly moved quickly behind him. A black shuriken viciously stabbed towards Seito's spine. At this time, Seito's movement stopped. He suddenly turned his body, and his arm was like a whip as he viciously whipped the transparent floating object's head. With a kacha sound, a short man in black with a black mask appeared in front of Seito. His head was twisted 180 degrees, and he fell to the ground like a broken bag. Seito didn't even look at the ninja on the ground. He kicked his feet, and his body flew like a big bird toward another ninja. He waved his hand in midair and quickly landed in front of the ninja. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the ninja's wrist that was holding the short knife. At the same time, he kicked the ninja's calf. Kacha, two consecutive crisp sounds were heard, and the ninja's body uncontrollably fell to his knees. Seito stretched out his hand and lightly chopped the ninja's neck, knocking him out. He waved his hand and put the ninja into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he returned to his house and put the ninja's body into the Rubik's Cube world to nourish the ground. He took out the key again, opened the door, and stepped in. At this time, the room was dark. Obviously, his mother and others didn't come back here. They were still living in a shrine. Seito was a little relieved. He didn't turn on a light and directly took off his shoes. After returning to his room, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. He came in front of the ninja and slapped the ninja's face to wake him up. He quickly stretched out his hand and pinched the ninja's chin to prevent the ninja from biting the poison between his teeth and committing suicide. His other hand slapped the ninja's face again, and a tooth flew out of the ninja's mouth. He let go of the ninja's mouth and coldly stared at him. "Why did you attack me?" The ninja, who was lying on the ground, endured the pain in his body and turned his face to the side without answering. "Oh," Ito-sei sneered, and his powerful spiritual power, which had been upgraded to the high level, poured out, invading the ninja's brain. In the ninja's distorted expression, his spiritual power penetrated the ninja's spiritual power defense and reached his brain. "Speak. Why did you attack me?" Seito's voice sounded in the ninja's mind. "I was ordered by the higher-ups to test your strength," the ninja said with empty eyes. "Test? That kind of sneak attack that can kill people is called a test?" Seito said with some anger. "Yes," the ninja said. "Who ordered it? Why did you test me? What other purpose is there?" Seito asked. "Kato ordered the royal family to investigate the origin of the Ito family's rejuvenation talisman." The ninja said. "Rejuvenation talisman?" Seito murmured to himself. "Yes, recently the royal family received a tip-off from a certain family, saying that the Ito family suddenly has a magical talisman that can treat external injuries. They are widely using it to make friends with other families. So the royal family ordered Kato to investigate the situation of the Ito family. The ninja said, "What's wrong with the old man? This kind of thing is known to everyone." Ito frowned and said to himself. He waved his hand and killed the ninja in front of him, letting the ground under his feet swallow and decompose him. He flashed out of the Rubik's Cube space and took out his mobile phone to call. Chapter 181. Thanks to WSSR for the tip. Please collect, please recommend, beep, beep. Kacha dash. This is the Ito family. The voice of the eldest sister, Suzu Ito, came from the phone. Sister, it's me, Ah-chung. Ito sat on his bed with one hand behind his back and the other holding the phone close to his ear. Ah-chung, why did you call? Suzu Ito asked doubtfully. Ito usually never took the initiative to call home. Did anything happen at the shrine recently? Ito asked. No, what happened? What happened? Suzu Ito said with a worried tone. I just met two ninjas. It seems to be because of the rejuvenation charm. Do you know what's going on? Ito sat up straight and asked with a serious face. I don't know. Wait a minute, I'll call my mother. Suzu Ito said, and then a soft sound came from the phone, followed by a faint sound of footsteps. Ah-chung. After a while, the voice of his mother, Eriko, came from the phone and asked in a deep voice, What's the matter? Mother, this is the case. I just came home, and I was ambushed by two ninjas at the door. I caught one of them alive and used some means to ask something. Ito first gave a brief account of the matter, and then said, According to the ninja, it seems that the matter of the rejuvenation charm was reported to the royal family by a family. So the royal family sent ninjas to investigate the source of the rejuvenation charm and some information about me. But I guess the investigation may be for other reasons. Is it? I see. I will tell your grandfather about it later. You should be careful when you are outside. Eriko hesitated and said, Don't worry, I will pay attention, but you should also be careful, especially my second sister. Ito said, I know. Is there anything else? Eriko asked. No, I'm hanging up. Ito said and pressed the button to hang up the phone. Why are they investigating me? Ito threw the phone in his hand on the bed next to him and looked at the night outside the window. Ito, who had no answer for a long time, sighed and lay back on the warm bed and fell asleep unknowingly. The next morning, Ito, who had a good sleep, lay on the bed and blinked his eyes. He got up and walked to the wardrobe to take off his wrinkled clothes and put on clean, casual clothes. After that, he grabbed the mobile phone on the bed and walked out of the house. Again? It's endless, isn't it? As soon as Ito, stepped out of the house, the feeling of being watched appeared in his heart again. He frowned unhappily, closed the door, and continued to walk out. Not long after Ito walked out, a young man and a young woman dressed fashionably appeared in front of him and walked towards Ito. You're Ito, right? The man raised his head and looked at Ito with his chin and said with disdain, Who are you? Ito was very unhappy with the man's attitude. He didn't look at him and asked the woman beside him. I say, kid. When the man saw Ito's reaction, his expression immediately changed. He stared fiercely at Ito and said in an unfriendly tone, Shut up. The woman shouted softly, immediately forcing the man to swallow back the words he was about to say. She turned her head and gently pushed the rimless glasses on her nose and said with a serious face, Hello, we are members of the Special Operations Department from the Ministry of Environment. My name is Kojima Yukiko, and this is Nishikawa Mamoru. Now, on behalf of the Special Operations Department, I have a few questions to ask you. Ito carefully looked at the woman in front of him. She was about 6 meters tall and wore red sneakers. She wore loose-cropped pants that revealed half of her calves. There was a belt around her waist that was as thick as an arm. Occasionally, something could be seen between the belts. She wore a short-sleeved shirt with holes, and her underwear and tender flesh could be faintly seen. She had an oval face and rimless glasses. Her long hair that reached her waist was tied into two ponytails around her neck. Why do I feel like I'm portraying Hippo? Very Bearable's face had a serious expression, giving off an oppressive feeling. Go ahead, Sei Ito nodded and said. 1.5 months ago, at around 7 o'clock in the evening of April 17th, where were you? Kojima Yukiko asked. That day was the day when a young man asked Sei Ito to let him go, but was turned into a eunuch by Sei Ito and was massacred on the streets. In a rented house near Tokyo University, Sei Ito said without changing his expression. That is to say, no one can prove it. Kojima Yukiko lowered her head and pushed her glasses. She didn't know if it was the sun or something else that flashed on the lenses. Yes, Sei Ito said. Then on April 26th, where were you? Kojima Yukiko continued to ask. That day was the day when a young man brought the men in black to take revenge on Sei Ito. I went out and didn't return, Sei Ito said without changing his expression. Who can prove it? Kojima Yukiko asked. No one, Sei Ito said. Then last question. From April 26th to April 29th, where were you? Kojima Yukiko asked. Those days were the days when Sei Ito was recuperating in the warehouse. Warehouse on XXX Street, subduing demons and devils, Sei Ito said half-truthfully. Who can prove it? Kojima Yukiko still asked. No one, Sei Ito said, then spread out his hands and said to Kojima Yukiko, do you have to bring onlookers when you subdue demons and devils? Be serious, Nishikawa Mamoru said in a bad mood. This is just a question to determine what attitude I should use to treat you. Since you don't have anyone to prove the 3 questions, then we don't need to be polite with you. According to the information we have, we are now taking you back for further investigation for disturbing public order, creating a terrorist attack, and violating the special personnel management rules. Kojima Yukiko said. Her hands touched her waist, and 4 pearl-sized balls appeared in her hands. With Kojima Yukiko's movements, they turned into 4 flashing electric balls and flew towards Ito Sei. Sei Ito didn't resist and let the 4 electric balls stick to his spine and dantian. However, under his skin, a layer of energy blocked the electric balls from coming in contact with his skin, making the electric balls stick to his skin. Seeing that Sei Ito didn't resist, Kojima Yukiko quietly sighed in relief. Nishikawa Mamoru directly walked to Sei Ito's side and impolitely slapped Sei Ito. The huge force pushed Sei Ito's body forward. Sei Ito glanced at the complacent Nishikawa Mamoru and silently followed behind Kojima Yukiko. They got into a parked commercial car and drove to the Environment Ministry's Special Operations class. After half an hour, the 3 of them arrived at the Environment Ministry's office building and took the elevator to the Special Operations class office. As soon as they entered the office, they heard a lot of noise. Inside the room, 4 to 5 men and women dressed very differently were sitting together. One of them looked like a kid sitting by the window, playing with a PSP in his hand. A burly man with a buzz cut sat behind the desk, playing AV and V on his computer. 2 women with very non-mainstream makeup gathered together to smoke and chat. Finally, a short-haired young man, whose gender couldn't be distinguished, was quietly wiping the katana in his hand in the corner. Yo, you guys are back. One of the 2 women who were smoking and chatting raised her head and looked at them after hearing the door open. Kyoko, you haven't left yet. Nishikawa Mamoru pushed Ito Sei again, pushing him into the room, and said to the woman with a playful smile. Who is this kid? The other woman who was smoking asked. The person that Kobayashi told us to bring back. Nishikawa Mamoru replied. Oh, the bastard who has been tormenting us for more than a month? The one who has been tormenting the area around Tokyo University? The woman said as she got up and walked in front of Sei Ito. She took a deep puff from the cigarette in her hand and blew a cloud of smoke onto Sei Ito's face. Is this gigolo really that powerful? The woman looked at the expressionless Sei Ito and stood up straight. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and held the cigarette with the other hand. Who knows? But if Kobayashi says it's him, then it's him. You know, Kobayashi has never been wrong before. Nishikawa Mamoru said. All right, Let's not block the way. I'll bring this kid in to see Kobayashi. Kojima Yukiko said. Okay. Nishikawa Mamoru and the smoking woman answered and moved aside. Obviously, Kojima Yukiko was one of the people who had a lot of power in the special operations class. Kojima Yukiko and Ito Mori walked to the innermost door under the gaze of everyone in the room and gently knocked on it. Come in. A cold female voice sounded from inside the room. Kojima Yukiko opened the door and pulled Seito in. She then closed the door. In the room, a skinny woman with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes was lying on a chair. She was wearing a white lab coat and had dark circles under her eyes. Kobayashi, I've brought him here, Kojima Yukiko said calmly. She then walked to a chair and sat down to watch the situation unfold. Chapter 182. Originally, he wanted to do it directly in the Ministry of Environment, but it was unwise to change the way he did it. Seeking collection. Seeking recommendation equals ZXS. I'm hearing Kojima Yukiko's words. Kobayashi, who was leaning back on the chair, finally raised his head. A pair of confused eyes looked at Sei Ito, standing in the room, and said, You are the kid from the Ito family. Sei Ito? Sei Ito nodded and did not speak. He wanted to see what Kobayashi wanted to say. I'm sure you know why you're here, Shaolin said as he reached out to search for something among the scattered documents on the table. I don't know, Sei Ito said. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Kobayashi was not annoyed, just chuckled. Then he sped up his search and finally took out a stack of papers from the pile of documents and said to himself, Found it. Take a look. Kobayashi threw the document in front of Sei Ito and said. Sei Ito reached for the document and looked at it. On the first page was an information form printed with Sei Ito's photo. It was the information of Sei Ito's review. The second page was Sei Ito's attendance and classroom performance at Tokyo University. It was provided by the Special Operations Department of the Ministry of Environment. The third page was detailed investigation information about the April 17th massacre. There were passers-by's testimony, the investigation of the crime scene, the investigation of the surrounding surveillance video, and so on. It was all normal investigation content. The fourth page was the investigation of the revenge action on April 26th, including the confession when the body was found, the confession of the police personnel, the investigation of the crime scene, and the investigation of the surrounding cameras. However, because of the existence of the young man, the two cases were combined into one case. Because of the death of the young man and several black-robed men, it was speculated that this case was the kind of case where the revenge failed and they were killed. With this clue, the Ministry of Environment launched a large-scale investigation of this area. Almost all the recorded images of the street cameras in the area were extracted. Because this road happened to be near the dormitory of the Eastern University students, the investigation focused on the special people in and around the Eastern University campus. Then, after a thorough investigation by the Ministry of Environment, a few suspicious people were selected. Among them, Sei Ito was on the list and was highlighted. After that, the investigation was followed up. The other suspects all had witnesses. Even if there were no witnesses, they were excluded from the list of suspects due to other reasons. Only Sei Ito couldn't be found after that incident and was delayed until today. Although some of them wanted to investigate the Ito family, they gave up because of the agreement with ISC Grand Shrine. Are you done? Shaolin rested his elbows on the table, crossed his hands, and rested his chin on the back of his hands. He looked at Sei Ito with a smile and said, Now, what else do you want to say? I should be able to call my family. Sei Ito shrugged. Sure, please go ahead. Shaolin leaned back in the chair again and extended his hand in invitation. Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He took out his phone and called the shrine. Beep, beep. Hello, this is the Ito family. His mother Eriko's voice came over the phone. Mother, it's me, Chung, Sei Ito said calmly. What's the matter? Eriko asked. I'm in the office of the second room of the Ministry of Environment's Special Operations course. I've been arrested, Sei Ito said calmly. I got it. I'll go over with your grandfather. After saying that, the phone was hung up by her mother, Eriko. Seito put away his phone with a smile and looked at Shaolin. Okay, you're quite calm. Shaolin looked at Seito with a faint smile, then pointed to the chair beside him and said, "Sit down." "Thank you." Seito nodded and walked to the sofa and sat down. At this time, Xiao Dao stood up and poured a glass of cold water from the water dispenser and put it in front of Seito. Then she walked back to the sofa and sat down. Then the room became silent. Shaolin still leaned his head back in the chair and closed his eyes to rest without caring about his image. Xiao Dao pulled out a game magazine and started reading. Seito was bored and studied the small round ball on his body. Time passed quietly in this silence. After an unknown period of time, with a soft sound of the door, Don Ito and his mother, Eriko, walked in one after another. "Welcome, Don Ito." Kobayashi got up and stood behind the desk. He reached out and shook hands with old man Ito, who came forward and smiled. "You're welcome," Don Ito replied with a fake smile. Eriko stood beside Ito, who had already stood up, and watched the old man negotiate with CEO Shaolin. "What did my son do to be invited here?" Don Ito was not in the mood to chat with the people from the Ministry of Environment, so he asked directly, "Sir, take a look at the information first. We'll talk after you finish reading." Shaolin took out the information on the table again and handed it to the old man for him to read. The old man took the information and read it carefully. After a while, he returned the information with a frown and waited for Shaolin to speak. "Sir, how do you think this matter should be handled?" Shaolin looked at Don Ito and asked, "What do you think, CEO Shaolin?" The old man knew that it was time for negotiation. Of course, he could not reveal his bottom line, so he kicked the question back. "Since you asked me to say it, I'll say what I think." Shaolin squinted his eyes with dark circles and smiled at the old man. "According to the agreement with the Celestial Palace, there are two choices in front of you now. First, join the Ministry of Environment for 10 years. Second, pay the corresponding price. What do you think, sir?" The old man did not want to accept the two choices of Shaolin, but there was no other way. After all, they had something on him. First, the choice of joining the Ministry of Environment for 10 years was abandoned. After all, he was a member of the Shinto faction. What was the point of joining the Ministry of Environment? So in the end, there was only the second choice left, which was to exchange freedom with a price. "What do you want?" Don Ito asked. "Sir, you know that Japan has been very chaotic recently. There have been many battles and more injured people than usual. It's another big expense." Shaolin did not directly say it, but talked about the recent situation, but some of the meaning was clearly expressed. Don Ito frowned. The matter with the royal family had not been solved yet, and now the Ministry of Environment was here. Although he knew that the rejuvenation talisman had a significant effect on trauma and could be popularized, he did not expect it to be targeted so quickly. "Our Ito family can support the Ministry of Environment for 10 rejuvenation talismans per month in the second room of the Ministry of Environment," Don Ito said, as low as possible. "No, sir. You see, we have 13 people in the second room. At least one rejuvenation talisman for each person. Then, we have to prepare for emergencies. This is one more rejuvenation talisman. There will be missions later. This number is not accurate. How can only 10 rejuvenation talismans be enough? At least 100 rejuvenation talismans. What do you think the rejuvenation talisman is? Cabbage? There are only 20 rejuvenation talismans. Do you want it or not?" Don Ito knew from the other party's words that they did not know the specific characteristics of the rejuvenation talisman. They probably only knew that it was very effective on trauma. Then he made up his mind and bargained like an old rascal. "No, I'll take a step back. 90, Shaolin said. 25, the old man said. Then the two of them began to bargain like hawkers in a market. In the end, they agreed to provide 45 rejuvenation talismans per month and allowed Ito to leave. After reaching an agreement, the old man did not even look at Shaolin. After Kojima Yukiko took back the small ball from Ito's body, he turned around and walked out of the office with Ito and his mother. They left the building of the Ministry of Environment and sat in their mother Eriko's car to return home. I'm sorry, I've caused trouble for the family again, Sei Ito said in the car on the way back. What nonsense are you talking about? As long as you step into this circle, you will encounter this kind of thing sooner or later. Just try not to leave any evidence behind in the future. Don Ito said indifferently. The old man had encountered a lot of such things in the past. At that time, World War II had just ended and the Ministry of Environment had just been established. A group of people who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth kept finding trouble with the Shinto forces. As a result, there was a lot of trouble. In the end, the Prime Minister of the cabinet at that time had a face-to-face talk with the royal family. I understand. Sei Ito nodded. The Ministry of Environment is easy to deal with, but the royal family is a bit troublesome. Don Ito sighed. Just because of a rejuvenation talisman, does the royal family need to go so far? Although Japan doesn't have it right now, there must be other methods. I don't believe that the royal family doesn't have something good in their hands. Sei Ito asked, somewhat puzzled. It's all because of the demons. Don Ito said in a bad mood. It's just like that during peaceful times. No one will care about this kind of thing that only has a miraculous effect on external injuries. But the key point is that it's not peaceful now. I don't know why, but the demons in Kyushu, Shikoku, Japan, and other places have begun to have some strange movements. There's a big trend of another demon war. So at this time, the rejuvenation talisman, a good thing that can allow the injured to return to the battlefield in a short period of time, has become more important. See his sigh. In the end, the old man could only helplessly sigh. Troubled times. His mother, Eriko, who had been driving the car, sighed. Chapter 183. Please collect. Please recommend. When the Ito family returned to the shrine, they found that two people in priest robes were sitting quietly and drinking tea under the hospitality of Suzu Ito. Seeing the two people in the big house, Don Ito, who was about to walk into the house, paused and then walked calmly into the house. He walked to the two priests who were getting up from their seats with a smile on his face and laughed. Takuro, it's been a long time since we parted 8 years ago. Yes, I didn't expect that the day we would meet again would be 8 years later. One of the two was about 7 meters tall. His black and white hair was neatly combed back. It was shiny as if it had been waxed. He had a kind smile on his face. His round face was full of healthy rosy. His eyes were bright and full of expression as he spoke with emotion. Who is this? Old man Ito shook hands with Takuro, then looked at the priest beside Takuro and asked. This person was slightly taller than Takuro. He looked about 40 years old. He had short hair and a serious expression on his face. The faint power he exuded showed that he was a person in a high position. Kikuji Lang, let me introduce you. This is Lu Qiqing, the Grand Priest of ISC Grand Shrine, who is in charge of external relations. I came here this time because of Lu Qiqing's request. Takuro slightly turned sideways and introduced Lu Qiqing to the old man with a slightly respectful expression. Hello, Priest Lu Qiqing. Don Ito let go of Takuro's hand and saluted Lu Qiqing with a serious face. You're welcome, Mr. Ito. The majesty on Lu Qiqing's face was replaced by a warm smile in an instant. He said respectfully to Don Ito. The Japanese priests were also graded. Generally speaking, there were 5 levels. They were pure, bright, normal, high, and the last direct. The old master's rank was 1 rank higher than Lu Qiqing's. In Japan, especially in Shinto, where the hierarchy was particularly important, the old master who was 1 rank higher had a lot of authority. Even the people from ISC Grand Shrine didn't dare to ignore the difference between the ranks and be arrogant. Then, under the hospitality of the old man, the 3 people sat down. Of course, the main seat was the old man, who was the master in terms of rank and common sense. After the 3 people sat down, Suzu Ito on the side served 3 cups of tea for the 3 people. Then, she quietly sat down with her mother, Eriko, and Sei Ito, watching the 3 people chat. I don't know why Priest Lu Qiqing is here. The old man on the main seat picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. It's like this. Lu Qiqing put the teacup in front of him and bowed slightly to Don Ito. He said, "Great priest, I heard that your family has a kind of talisman that has a magical healing effect on external injuries. Great priest is very interested in it, so he asked me to confirm it. If it is true, we can discuss something later." After hearing Lu Qiqing's words, Taro looked at Don Ito, who was sitting still on the main seat, with a surprised expression. He didn't say anything. As he said, he was just an introducer and didn't participate in other things. The old man nodded. His mother, Eriko, took out a rejuvenation talisman and handed it to Lu Qiqing respectfully. Then, she returned to her original position. Then, the old man said, "This is the talisman you said, the rejuvenation talisman." Oh, Lu Qiqing didn't expect the old man to be so straightforward. He curiously reached out to pick up the talisman in front of him and looked at it twice. After finding that there was no difference between it and the talisman used in the general yin and yang skills, he decisively gave up looking at it and listened carefully to the old man's explanation. The rejuvenation talisman is a talisman that specializes in the treatment of external injuries. It can stop bleeding and simply treat some physical injuries, such as flesh wounds and muscle injuries. It could also suppress the damage to some of the internal organs. As for its effect, generally, such a talisman can only treat a general knife wound outside the skin. If the wound is deeper, it needs to be stacked. Therefore, the rejuvenation talisman is only suitable for simple treatment in emergency situations. Other than that, it is not as cheap as regular treatment. Don Ito told him the effect of the rejuvenation talisman, the application environment, and the possible cost, which was partly true and partly false. "I see." Lu Qiqing suddenly understood and nodded. Then he took out an unsheathed trident from the inside of his priest robe. He raised his hand and waved the trident on his exposed arm. Immediately, a stream of blood gushed out and splashed on the ground in front of him. Seito's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Lu Qiqing to be a ruthless person. "How do I use this?" Lu Qiqing put the trident in front of him, picked up the rejuvenation talisman, and asked the old man, ignoring the blood flowing out. "Activate it with spiritual power." The old man also had a new level of respect for Lu Qiqing and said. Hearing that, Lu Qiqing quickly moved the spiritual power in his body to his fingers. He instantly activated the rejuvenation talisman in his hand and stuck it to his injured arm. In the soft green light, the wound on Lu Qiqing's arm stopped bleeding. The coagulated blood fell off, revealing the pink flesh under the blood. At this time, the rejuvenation talisman also consumed all its energy and turned into dust and scattered on the ground. "It's amazing," Lu Qiqing said with amazement. Although ISC Grand Shrine also had many magical methods to treat external injuries, none of them were comparable to the rejuvenation talisman in terms of convenience, practicality, and effect. Even if the rejuvenation talisman's treatment effect was not as powerful as those methods, it was still the same. "Old man, is this talisman unique to your family?" Lu Qiqing put away the amazement on his face and stared at the old man with a burning gaze. "Yes," the old man admitted. He was not worried at all that ISC Grand Shrine might ask for the manufacturing method of the rejuvenation talisman. It should be known that the family and the Divine Palace seemed to have a subordinate relationship, but it was basically a combination similar to an alliance. There were restrictions on each other. If ISC Grand Shrine really did something, not to mention the reactions of other families, even the other Divine Palace forces who wanted to be in power would not agree. "If I want to get this talisman, what price do I have to pay?" Lu Qiqing asked. "Do you want it or the Divine Palace?" Don Ito asked. "The Divine Palace wants it," Lu Qiqing said. He was an upright person. He had no family and no burden. Everything he did was for the Divine Palace. "What price can the Divine Palace pay?" The old man began to sound out Lu Qiqing or the Divine Palace. I think the old man also knows that this talisman itself is not very valuable, so the price that the Divine Palace can provide you is very small. Lu Qiqing did not reveal the real value of the rejuvenation talisman easily. Yes, but that is in normal times. Now, it is an eventful time. Don Ito chuckled. Be that as it may, the rejuvenation talisman is not an indispensable thing except for its advantages in some aspects. Even if it is required by the current situation, it is only for emergencies. Old master, you can't think too highly of it, Lu Qiqing said. But as far as I know, some of the advantages of the rejuvenation talisman are indeed absolute advantages. This advantage alone has a role that can't be ignored in the upcoming war, right? The old man said, so there is no need to talk about those empty words. Just tell me what price the divine palace can pay. Lu Qiqing frowned. He thought for a while and said, in terms of finance, the divine palace will give the Edo shrine a certain amount. Not enough, the old man said with some dissatisfaction. Although the maintenance of the shrine needed money, there is no need to give up the benefits so easily for money. Raise the family level of the Edo family, Lu Qiqing continued. What's the use of the family level? It is not the warring states period now. That kind of false reputation is not needed. You'd better give us something real, the old man said disdainfully. You can let one person from your family enter the ISC Grand Shrine to serve as a priest, Lu Qiqing finally said. It was not so easy to enter the ISC Grand Shrine. In addition to the members of the royal family, only orphans adopted from childhood and unaffiliated people recruited under some special circumstances could serve in the divine palace. It was impossible for the family forces to arrange for someone to serve in the ISC Grand Shrine, the leader of the Shinto forces. However, the benefits of entering the ISC Grand Shrine could also be imagined, not to mention the invisible power and some information obtained through the convenience of the divine palace. The cultivation resources of the ISC Grand Shrine, which was backed by the royal family, were not something that the family forces could compare with. Really? The old man said with some surprise. Yes, but in return, in addition to providing the rejuvenation talisman to our divine palace, you can't provide any other forces, Lu Qiqing said. The old man's expression suddenly became tangled. After thinking for a long time, he said helplessly, change it. I can't agree to this condition. Lu Qiqing raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, then let's talk about what price we have to pay. In addition to the financial support, I also want a guarantee that after the divine palace, no other forces will come to trouble our Edo family because of the rejuvenation talisman. How about it? The old man said calmly. Since Lu Qiqing asked him to mention the price, it was better to ask for a guarantee directly from the ISC Grand Shrine rather than asking for something useless. After all, the Edo family was just a family with only 3 or 4 people. It cannot be compared with those large forces. If he could take this opportunity to get a guarantee from the ISC Grand Shrine, then he would not have to worry about the rejuvenation talisman causing trouble in the future. It could also be regarded as a temporary end to this matter. I can't make this decision. I need to ask the great priest. Lu Qiqing frowned and said, okay, Don Ito said. Then he watched Lu Qiqing walk out of the big house and into the courtyard. He took out his mobile phone and contacted the divine palace in Kyoto. Chapter 184. Thank you, ordinary stranger, Mr. M, for your tip. Please collect it. Please recommend it. The more you ask for it, the more you drop it. After a long while, Lu Qiqing in the courtyard hung up the phone and walked in with a relaxed face. He sat back in his original position and looked at Don Ito. The great divine priest said that he can promise you, but he can only guarantee that they will not use extreme means. You still need to deal with the specific matters yourself. Of course, Don Ito said with a smile at this time. Then let's talk about the specific supply quantity. Lu Qiqing also smiled and then said seriously, well said. What does the divine palace mean? Don Ito nodded and asked. Of course, the more, the better. Lu Qiqing said vaguely. Everything depended on the old man's own consideration. The old man frowned, thought about it, and said, I can only guarantee to provide 60 rejuvenation talismans to the divine palace every month. I can't do more than that. Only 60? Lu Qiqing frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Only 60. Our family also has to keep some, and we have to consider the big forces that may come next to ask for them. Don Ito said sincerely. Well then, before Lu Qiqing could finish speaking, a violent tremor came from the ground, causing everyone, who was unprepared, to fall back. They hurriedly supported themselves with their hands and stabilized their bodies. At this time, the facilities in the house also began to shake irregularly in a violent shaking. Then, with a burst of clatter-clatter, the items scattered from the original place, falling into a pile of fragments on the rice floor. After the first few seconds, everyone who had fully reacted moved and quickly rushed out of the house. They stood in the middle of the empty courtyard and quietly waited for the end of the earthquake. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the ground under their feet stopped shaking and quieted down. If it weren't for the many items that fell to the ground around them, it would seem that everything just now was an illusion. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Qiqing's phone suddenly rang. Lu Qiqing apologized to everyone, turned around, and walked away. At first, Lu Qiqing's expression was normal, but after a few seconds, Lu Qiqing, who was answering the phone, suddenly exclaimed, "What? Are you telling the truth?" A moment later, Lu Qiqing hung up the phone with a serious face and returned to the crowd. He said in a heavy tone, "Just now, when the earthquake happened, the demons of the capital, the 4 countries, the big screen, and Zhuzhou launched an attack together. How is that possible?" Before Lu Qiqing could finish, Tuolong exclaimed in surprise. "I'm not sure either," Lu Qiqing said. "Just now, the person on the phone asked me to complete the transaction as soon as possible and return to the capital with the rejuvenation talisman. It's already a mess there. The demons have started to kill people brazenly, completely ignoring the convention. What are they doing? Are they really going to fight the demon-repelling war again?" Don Ito's face was filled with suppressed anger as he roared. "Probably." Lu Qiqing was obviously not in the mood to talk here. He just urged, "Old master, please complete the transaction as soon as possible. I have to rush back to the capital to pay my life. Eriko, go and get 100 rejuvenation talismans for priest Lu Qiqing." The old master also realized that it was not the time to talk, so he quickly ordered Eriko. After hearing the number of rejuvenation talismans in the old master's words, Lu Qiqing immediately bowed gratefully and said, "Thank you very much. You don't have to do this. Everything is to fight against the demons," Don Ito said with a serious face. "Yes," Lu Qiqing responded vigorously. He straightened up and took a dozen talismans tied with white strips of paper from Eriko with both hands. He put them in his arms and said to everyone, "I'll leave first. Go ahead." Don Ito waved and watched Lu Qiqing leave. "Kikuji Lang, can you give me some rejuvenation talismans?" It was not until Lu Qiqing had completely disappeared that Taro asked Don Ito with a hesitant face. Don Ito looked at his old friend, whom he had not seen for 8 years, and finally sighed. "Okay, but I can only give you 20. Thank you very much." Taro also bowed gratefully. He got up and took the talisman from Eriko and put it in his arms. Then he said with some embarrassment, "Well, I have to leave too. Go ahead. I know you're worried about your family," Don Ito said understandingly. "I'm sorry." Tuol Lang bowed again, then turned around and walked down the mountain. Sigh. After a moment, Don Ito sighed inexplicably and turned to walk back to the big house. Sei Ito and the other 2 behind him looked at each other and hurriedly followed him back to the big house. After tidying up the scattered items in the house, the family once again sat at the short table. "Eriko, take Reina back from school, and then you stay at the shrine to deal with any situation that may arise at any time," Don Ito said. "Got it." Eriko nodded. "Ah Chung, this is for you." After seeing Eriko nod, Don Ito took out a small seal that was 2 centimeters long, 2 centimeters wide, and 3 centimeters high. It looked like an ancient official seal and handed it to Sei Ito. "Father!" Eriko exclaimed after seeing the seal. Don Ito ignored Eriko's exclamation and said, This is a token that can activate all the enchantments on the mountain, and it is also the seal of the Ito family. Now I'm giving it to you. You have to take good care of it. This. Seito looked at his mother with some hesitation, not knowing what was going on. Father, this is... Eriko also didn't understand her father's meaning and asked. Based on the current situation, another war to repel the demons is already a certainty. As a member of the shrine, I will definitely be summoned to the front line to fight. You should know what kind of situation it is. A little carelessness will lead to death. So I decided to pass on the position of the patriarch before the summoning comes. Don Ito explained. Can't you not go? Ito asked with a frown. You have to go. Don Ito smiled and didn't explain anything. He just handed the seal in his hand to Ito again. Ito looked at Don Ito and then looked at his mother Eriko and said, Let's leave the seal with my mother for safekeeping first. After all, I'm occasionally not at the shrine. If something really happens, my mother can deal with it in time. Don Ito thought about it and nodded. Okay. Then he said to Eriko on the side, Then you keep it first and give it to Ah-Chung later. Yes. Taking the seal with both hands, Eriko solemnly responded. Seeing Eriko solemnly put away the seal, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then I'm relieved. I'm going to prepare something and wait for the summoning. You should also go and pick up Reina. Yes. Eriko nodded with a heavy heart, got up and walked out of the big house with the old man. It seems that we have to stay at the shrine. I'll go down the mountain to buy some food and daily necessities. Suzu Ito got up and said, I'll go with you. Seito also got up. Okay. Suzu Ito agreed with a smile and walked down the mountain with Seito. More than an hour later, when Suzu Ito and Seito returned to the shrine with a bunch of things, their second sister, Ito Reina, who they hadn't seen for a day, also appeared at the shrine. Then with the help of the bored Reina, she quickly reclassified and put away the things that Seito brought back. Long time no see, second sister. After the busy greeting, Seito smiled and greeted Ito Reina. It's been a long time, it's only been a month. Ito Reina rolled her eyes at Seito. More than a month for you, but it's a long time for me. Ito sighed. Huh, isn't that because you're messing around? I heard from Mom that you're messing around outside. Ito Reina said angrily. Is that so? Seito asked awkwardly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Big Sister. Mom said so. Ito Reina seemed to be talking to Seito, but in fact, she was pulling Suzu Ito into the conversation. Yes. Suzu Ito half turned her body, leaned her butt against the edge of the counter, and said with a smile, Hey, how come Mom say that about me? Seito said with a face full of grievances. Then a burst of laughter came from the kitchen, diluting the somewhat dull atmosphere in the shrine, relieving the heavy pressure brought by some of the things that happened today. Chapter 185. Thank you, sir, for the tip. Please add, please recommend. I'm thinking about whether to post a side story into Jinshi == at about 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. When everyone was still asleep, the ground shook violently again, waking up the Ito family who were still sleeping and quickly appeared in the courtyard. Is this an aftershock? Seito looked at his family and asked. It doesn't look like it. The general aftershock is not so strong. It feels stronger than yesterday. Suzu Ito, who was wearing pink silk pajamas and a white kimono, shook her head and said with some uncertainty, It is indeed stronger than yesterday. After hearing Suzu Ito's words, Mother Eriko Ito said with a frown, It seems that this earthquake is not simple. The old man on the side looked up at the night sky that was about to turn white and said deeply, Hearing this, Eriko sighed deeply and didn't speak. In this somewhat depressing atmosphere, another 3 or 4 minutes passed before the ground completely stopped shaking and calmed down again. Okay, go back and rest. The old man withdrew his gaze from the sky and said to everyone, then turned and walked toward his bedroom. Let's go back. Eriko glanced at her 3 children and said, Okay, the 3 nodded, looked at each other, and returned to their rooms. On the third day, at about 2 o'clock in the morning, The earthquake appeared again. On the fourth day, at about 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the earthquake continued. On the fifth day, at about 7 o'clock in the middle of the night, the earthquake still appeared. This is 5 days in a row. After the earthquake stopped, Rita said to everyone standing in the courtyard, "And it's getting stronger each time." Suzu Ito continued with a heavy expression, "And this faint foul air in the sky." Eriko Ito looked up at the sky. It seems that this war against the demons is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Don Ito finally concluded. Ring, 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 ring. At this moment, the phone in a room rang urgently, causing everyone's heavy mood to become even more annoyed. Don Ito frowned and walked into the house. He grabbed the phone and put it to his ear. "Hello, this is Ito's house. Is this Mr. Ito Kagaya?" On the other end of the phone, a young man's voice asked respectfully. "That's me. And you are?" Don Ito asked. "Hello, Itoka Masakato. I am Xiangtian, the external liaison officer of ISE Grand Shrine. I have received the order of the Great Priest to inform you to go to the Fukuoka area as soon as possible to support the Koda Shrine there to eliminate the demons." "That's all," Xiangtian said on the phone. "I understand. I'll leave immediately," Don Ito said with a serious expression. "Yes, thank you for your hard work," Xiangtian said respectfully and hung up the phone. "Are we leaving now?" On the side, Eriko, who heard the entire conversation clearly, looked at old man Ito, who hung up the phone, and asked worriedly, "Yes." Don Ito nodded and slowly glanced at Eriko Ito, Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Sei Ito. Finally, he rested his eyes on Eriko and said, "When I'm not at home, I'll leave the shrine to you." "Yes," Eriko replied in a deep voice with a solemn face. "Yes, you can leave now. I'll leave as soon as I get the things." Don Ito saw Eriko's solemn look and nodded, then said to everyone. After that, he turned and walked to the storage room in the back hall. In the room, Eriko Ito and Suzu Ito both frowned, and their faces were full of worry. Although Rita Ito was a little confused about this matter, she was also affected by her mother and elder sister's expressions and became worried. Only Sei Ito was in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Don Ito, dressed in a simple priest's robe, came out again with a suitcase with a slender stick wrapped in a cloth bag on one side. Then, surrounded by Eriko Ito and the other three, he walked out of the big house, passed through the courtyard and the main hall of the shrine, and came to the square of the mountain gate. He stopped when he was about to walk out of the torii. Turning his head, his eyes swept over the four people again, and then he crossed the torii without looking back, walked down the mountain, and finally disappeared into the night. After Don Ito completely disappeared, the four people returned to the big house with a heavy heart. After a moment of silence, they got up and returned to their bedrooms. On the sixth day, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, the earthquake still came without stopping. Sei Ito was sitting in his room and browsing the recent news on the internet when a page suddenly popped up uncontrollably, and a video was automatically played on it. In the picture, dozens of strange-looking creatures that looked like humans but were not humans were savagely slaughtering living people in a street with a very Japanese-style background. They dismembered and dismembered the human bodies while they were still alive, and some even swallowed and chewed them up. Scattered internal organs and a large amount of blood sprayed out from the corpses in the hands of the creatures, making them look as ferocious and terrifying as Azuras from hell. A large number of excited beast-like roars and panic screams from the surrounding crowd could be heard from the image. This video lasted for more than 3 minutes, except for the last 30 seconds of text commentary at the end. The whole content was similar to this. This is actually the video of the demons attacking people in the past 6 days in Kyoto, Shikoku, Kyushu, and Daihatsu, Sei Ito whispered in surprise. With the end of the video, a website appeared at the end. Sei Ito's arm moved slightly, and he controlled the mouse to click on it. In an instant, a black page appeared on Sei Ito's computer, and a large number of images similar to what he just saw appeared on the website's homepage. Sei Ito randomly clicked on one and watched it. The content was similar to before, but this time the video had an additional comment similar to AC Fun. A large number of meaningless words appeared on the screen, such as "This is a lie," "What kind of movie is this?" and "It's too scary." What is this for? After watching this video, Sei Ito, who didn't understand the real purpose of this website, closed the web page and turned around to enter the China internet. After searching on Baidu, the video impressively appeared on the first line of the search bar on the first page. After entering, a large number of comments appeared on the message board below the video. Although there were still a lot of meaningless comments, the main meaning was clearly expressed, which was that if Japan was really like this now, it would be great. Then he went to Facebook, YouTube, and other well-known international websites to check. They also had the same video, and all of them had a lot of clicks and a lot of comments. What is this for? To create panic and say that the world is coming to an end? Or to establish a cult to trick the people? Seito closed all the web pages and couldn't help but think in his mind. It seems that the other party is planning something big. "Ah Chung, come out and help, there are a lot of guests today." At this time, the voice of the elder sister, Suzu Ito, came from the courtyard. "Oh, I'm coming." Seito responded loudly and reached out to turn off the computer. Suddenly, Seito thought, could the increasing guests today have something to do with this video? But then he thought that even if it has something to do with it, besides providing income for his family's shrine, it doesn't seem to have any other impact. Gathering his thoughts, Ito-sei walked to the side of the wardrobe, took out the priest robe and put it on, turned around, and ran to the main hall. As soon as Seito arrived at the main hall, he found Suzu Ito, who was busy, and walked to her side and said, "Elder sister, I'm here." "Great, I don't know what's going on today. There are a lot of pilgrims, and all of them look panicked, as if they have encountered something terrible." After Suzu Ito finished helping a pilgrim, she turned to Seito and said with some doubts, "Maybe it's the earthquake. After all, it has been 6 days, and it's getting worse day by day. It's normal for people to want to pray for God's blessing." Seito said, "Maybe." Suzu Ito nodded and looked at the foul chi in the sky that only special people could see. "Is it getting worse?" Seito also looked up at the sky and asked. "Yes, after every earthquake, the foul chi in the sky becomes thicker, especially in the direction of Kinki Daime. I really don't know what will happen if this continues." Suzu Ito looked away and said with some depression, "Who knows? But it's not up to us to worry about it now. Let's entertain the guests who came to offer incense first." Ito-sei said as he looked at the crowd that was still pouring in from the mountain gate. "Okay." Chapter 186. Thank you, ordinary stranger, for your tip. Please add, please recommend. The busy day passed quickly, and night came in the blink of an eye. Just as the family was quietly eating dinner, the barrier above the shrine flickered fiercely, and a violent energy fluctuation woke everyone up. They quickly put down the bowls and chopsticks in their hands and ran to the square of the shrine's main hall, looking down the mountain from the torii. At the foot of the mountain, a transparent barrier blocked the attacks of more than a dozen creatures that looked like humans, but not like monsters. They were blocked in front of the mountain road, unable to take a step forward. "What is this?" Eriko looked at the situation at the foot of the mountain and whispered with a frown. "It should be a kind of demon. I saw a video on the internet today. During the earthquake in Shikoku, Kyushu, Daihatsu, and Kyoto, it was these things that attacked humans, and their methods were cruel, just like wild beasts." Seito explained. "Since they appeared here, does that mean—" Suzu Ito was a little surprised after listening to Seito's explanation. "It seems that they came to Tokyo from Kinki by unknown means," Seito said after Suzu Ito's words. "In that case, the residents at the foot of the mountain are in danger," Suzu Ito said solemnly. Ling suddenly, her mother Eriko called out. "Yes." Suzu Ito responded subconsciously. "You stay at the shrine and take care of Reina," Eriko ordered with a serious expression. "Ah Chung, yes." Seito responded quickly. "Let's go down the mountain and clean up these demons," Eriko said. "Okay." Seito nodded. Then, The four of them returned to the house and took out 4 katanas from the storage room, each holding one in their hands. "Let's go." Eriko raised the katana in her hand, called out to Sei Ito, and quickly rushed down the mountain. Sei Ito followed closely behind him. "Big sister." Ito Rena looked at her mother, and Sei Ito, who rushed out, clenched her fists, bit her lips, and called out softly, "Linai." Suzu Ito was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Linai. "Big sister, I've decided. I want to become stronger. I don't want to be a burden to you. This feeling is really unbearable." As Renee spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks unconsciously, leaving 2 trails of tears on her beautiful face. "Lena," Suzu Ito called out in a low voice. She walked to Linai's side with a pitiful look on her face. She held her in her arms and held the back of Linai's head without saying a word. Outside, Eriko and Sei Ito rushed to the foot of the mountain. They flashed through the mountain's barrier, drew their katanas, and rushed into the group of demons who were agitated after seeing the 2 of them appear. They raised their katanas and slashed them. Although the demon beasts looked ferocious and tyrannical in the videos, that was only when they faced ordinary people. In fact, they did not have any outstanding abilities. At most, they had 3 times the strength and twice the speed of ordinary people. In addition, excluding the aura of a fierce appearance, in fact, a top Special Forces soldier could kill one of these demons in a one-on-one situation, not to mention experts like Eriko and Sei Ito. Killing them was just like killing ordinary people. It was a clean and efficient way to kill them. In less than a minute, the 2 of them killed more than a dozen monsters that surrounded the foot of the mountain. Lightly swinging her sword, which was mixed with some bright dark green blood, Eriko said, "Let's go and see the situation in the residential area." "Okay," Sei Ito agreed. The 2 of them once again turned into 2 shadows and quickly rushed to the residential area in the distance. The 2 of them were not ordinary people. Their explosive speed was extremely fast. The distance of more than a mile was covered in the blink of an eye under their feet. When Sei Ito and Linai arrived at the residential area, a large number of broken corpses were reflected in their eyes. Several demons squatted beside the corpses and gnawed on the corpses in front of them like wild beasts. Not far behind these demons, dozens of demons chased after the people running in panic on the street as if they were playing a game. From time to time, they would grab a human who fell behind and tear off the human's limbs. As the human screamed, they would put the limbs in their mouths and chew them. The splashing blood and meat directly stimulated the human to a mental breakdown. "Kill." Eriko's face turned cold. A murderous aura exploded from her body. The strong murderous aura caused the hot air in the surroundings to turn cold, as if it had directly entered winter. When Sei Ito saw this, how could he not know that his mother Eriko was really angry? He did not say anything and rushed up to the demons gnawing on the corpses. With a wave of his hand, he chopped the demons into pieces and scattered them all over the ground. Then, without stopping, he turned around and rushed towards the group of demons that were playing with humans. Together with Eriko, he began to clean up these demons. Although the number of demons was a lot more than the ones surrounding the shrine, when Eriko was really angry, it did not take her more time to clean up the demons. In fact, it took her less than 10 seconds to clean up the demons. One cannot help but sigh. An angry woman should not be provoked. After all the fiendish demons were cleaned up, those people who were originally in despair were startled for a while, then suddenly sat down on the ground and cried loudly without caring about their image. Eriko glanced at the people on the ground and said to Sei Ito, "Let's continue to search inside. We must clean up these demons." "Okay," Sei Ito replied and followed Eriko around the crowd, disappearing into an alley. 10 minutes later, the people who had gradually calmed down finally remembered their savior. After searching in a hurry for a long time without any results, they finally remembered where they were. Suppressing the fear and disgust that constantly rose from the bottom of their hearts, they quickly found a means of transportation on the side, fled the place, and ran home. Perhaps only home could give some comfort to their tortured souls. On the other hand, Seito and Eriko went through 2 hours of searching. After confirming that there was not a single demon in the residential area, they returned to the shrine with heavy hearts. Mother, little brother, Suzu Ito quickly got up and greeted the two when she saw them return. Eriko responded absent-mindedly. When she did not see Reina, she asked in confusion, "Where's Reina?" Sigh. She went back to her room. Suzu Ito sighed and said, "What's wrong?" Seito looked at Suzu Ito and asked in confusion. "Reina feels like she has become a burden. She told me that she wants to become stronger," Suzu Ito said. "If she has really decided, Ling will take Reina to undergo the exorcism baptism," Eriko suddenly said after overhearing the conversation between the two. Suzu Ito looked at her mother in astonishment. She did not understand why she would suddenly make such a decision. Normally, her mother would not want Reina to enter the circle of demons. The world is in chaos. Instead of letting Reina struggle and end up doing something stupid and dangerous, it's better for us to guide her and take care of her. That way, not only can we guarantee her safety, but we can also untie the knot in Reina's heart. Besides, don't you think the demon creatures at the foot of the mountain are very suitable for Reina to undergo the exorcism baptism? Eriko explained. That's right. Seito agreed. These demon creatures do not have any special abilities apart from being faster and stronger than ordinary humans, so we don't have to worry about anything happening. It's perfect for second sister. All right, since mother doesn't object, I'll take Reina to undergo the exorcism baptism next time, Suzu Ito shrugged. Eriko nodded. She glanced at the clock and realized it was getting late. She said, "All right, it's been a long day. Let's go get some rest." Sure, Suzu Ito and Seito nodded. After that, the two of them said goodbye to Eriko and returned to their bedrooms. Inside the house, Eriko gently rubbed the teacup in her hand. Lost in thought, suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door, waking Eriko from her thoughts. She heard the person outside saying, "Is the owner home?" Kue Murakami, from the Environment Department's Special Operations Division, is here to visit. Coming. Eriko put down the teacup in her hand and stood up after hearing the person's introduction. She walked around the square table in front of her and opened the door to see who it was. She saw a round-faced girl in a black tracksuit with short hair and a pair of jeweled earrings standing in front of the door. She was observing the surroundings in the courtyard. "Hello, Ms. Murakami." Eriko greeted the girl first. Chapter 187. Thanks to Ordinary Stranger and Lazy Man for their tips. Please recommend. Please collect. Hello. I'm Murakami Koei from Room 5 of the Environment Department, Special Operations Department. Hello. Murakami Koei, who was startled by Eriko's sudden voice, bowed to Eriko in a flustered and embarrassed manner. Come in. Eriko was also amused by Murakami Koei's appearance. She stepped aside and said, "Thank you." Murakami Koei's face was still flushed red, and she bowed again. Then she walked into the room with a somewhat reserved expression. "Please." After Murakami Koei entered the room, Eriko turned around and walked to the side. She brewed a cup of tea and returned to Murakami Koei's side and handed the tea to her. "Thank you." Murakami Koei had already recovered and said politely, "May I know why Miss Murakami is here so late?" Eriko walked to the opposite side of Murakami Koei and sat down. She crossed her hands on the table and smiled softly. "It's like this." Murakami Koei put down the teacup that she had just raised to her chest and said with a serious face, "The demons in the residential area at the foot of the mountain were cleared by your club, right?" "Yes." Eriko nodded and admitted. There was nothing to hide. No matter how one looked at it, it was in line with the regulations. There was no need to worry about the Environment Department finding trouble with them. "Can you describe the characteristics of those demons to me?" Murakami Koei said as she took out her notebook and pen. "Of course." Eriko nodded with a smile and said, "In terms of impression, Those demons gave me the feeling that they were more like mutants of human beings. They didn't have the innate special abilities of demons at all, and their strength was only 2 to 3 times higher than ordinary people. They didn't look like demons at all. I see. Murakami Koei lowered her head and quickly wrote down her notebook. She nodded with a look of realization. In addition to what I said above, this group of demons also seemed to have low intelligence. They didn't have normal intelligence like purebred demons. They were more like wild beasts and some irrational demons. Yes, Koei Murakami nodded in agreement. However, when she thought of the scene she saw at the scene, her face turned pale and a strong sense of disgust rose from the bottom of her heart. She held back the urge to vomit, covered her mouth with one hand, and continued to write with the other. Are you newbie? Eriko nodded and asked after seeing Murakami's reaction. You could say that. I joined the Ministry of the Environment 2 years ago. It's just that we've been doing administrative work. Due to the lack of manpower, we've been sent out as well. Murakami Koei nodded with a pale face. I see. In other words, the situation in downtown Tokyo is not optimistic, right? Eriko asked as she handed the teacup to Murakami. Yes. The demon beast that appeared around your club today also appeared in Kabuto, Ginza, Shinjuku, and other crowded places during the earthquake yesterday, causing a lot of trouble. Murakami Koei took a sip of water from the teacup with both hands and said with a slightly better complexion. Oh, Eriko nodded in understanding. Thank you for your cooperation. Murakami Koei put down the teacup, closed the notebook in front of her, and got up to salute Eriko. You're welcome. Eriko got up and saluted back. Oh, by the way, because of this new demon, the Ministry of the Environment has decided to implement zoning management. With your shrine as the center, an area of about 10 kilometers will be under your jurisdiction. You will be responsible for cleaning up all the demons that appear in this area. Just as Murakami Koei was about to leave, she suddenly patted her forehead in annoyance and said to Eriko with an apologetic face, Oh, can you tell me how these areas are divided? Eriko said with a frown. Sure. Murakami Koei nodded. In addition to the University of Tokyo, there are specialized personnel in charge. The Meiji Shrine is under their jurisdiction. The second and third offices of the Ministry of the Environment are stationed in the city, responsible for a large area in downtown Tokyo. The first office is mobile, responsible for support. There are also some other special personnel as helpers, responsible for cleaning up the area of their activities. Understood. Eriko responded and sent Murakami Koei, who bowed and said goodbye, out of the room. Mother, they are too much. Why do they give us such a large area and give Meiji Shrine such a small area? Suzu Ito, who came out, complained. Is it because they are directly under the royal family? Don't talk nonsense. Eriko scolded in a low voice. That's right. Suzu Ito muttered with dissatisfaction, walked to the side, and poured a glass of water to drink, then turned and walked to her bedroom. The next morning, the family sat at the dining table to eat. Mother, I'm going to pick up Yi. Sei Ito said. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Hurry up and pick him up. Now the Ministry of the Environment has all been dispatched. If we really meet Yi, there may be a misunderstanding. Eriko said with a blank expression. Yes. Sei Ito nodded. And I also heard from Big Sister that the Ministry of the Environment has assigned to our family to be responsible for the area. It's just right to pick up Yi to replenish the manpower, whether it's for defense or attack. One more person is always one more strength. Eriko heard and stared at Suzu Ito, saying, Well, our family is really too short-handed. Suzu Ito, who was glared at by Eriko, shrunk her head and winked at Sei Ito with a teasing expression. Well, I'll pick up Yi in a while. Sei Ito ignored Suzu Ito's teasing and said. Then the family talked about some trivial matters, nothing more than working hard to practice and being careful when going out. After the meal, Sei Ito dressed neatly, said goodbye to Eriko, turned and walked out of the shrine, and entered the Rubik's Cube world in a corner with no one around. Yi. In the Rubik's Cube world, As soon as Seito appeared, he saw Yi sitting in front of 10 laptops, staring at the installation progress of the game with a serious expression. Achung. Yi heard Seito's voice and turned his head in surprise. At this time, Yi's face was a little pale, with dark circles under his eyes and a haggard face. Yi, what's wrong with you? Seito was shocked when he saw Yi's appearance. He quickly walked to Yi's side, grabbed Yi's wrist, and used the traditional Chinese method of palpation to check. I'm fine, I just didn't rest well. Yi smiled indifferently. Don't tell me you haven't rested for the past few days and have been installing games here? Seito frowned slightly and said in a reproachful tone, Since I have nothing to do, I want to help Ah-chung. Yi said weakly, like a child being reprimanded, and didn't dare to look at Seito. Although these things are important, you don't have to be in such a hurry. You really, Seito said angrily. But when he saw Yi acting like a child who had done something wrong, he took back the reprimand. He hugged Yi tenderly and said, Don't do this in the future. I know. Yi leaned in Seito's arms and murmured with his eyes closed. After a while, he fell asleep in Seito's arms. Seito looked at Yi in his arms and took out 2 rejuvenation talismans to activate Yi's body and remove the dark circles and paleness on his face. After a while, under the effects of the rejuvenation talismans, Yi's dark circles finally disappeared and his face regained its rosy color. Coupled with his sweet sleeping appearance, he looked very cute. After an unknown amount of time, Yi and Seito's arms suddenly moved and opened his black gem-like eyes. He straightened his body and stretched lazily in Seito's arms. Feeling better? Seito said unhappily. Yi, who was a little embarrassed by Seito's tone, stuck out his tongue and chuckled. Okay, pack up and come with me. Then we'll go back to the shrine. Seito said, What's wrong? Yi looked curiously at Seito and asked. Troubled times. Seito sighed and told Yi about the recent events. The people from the Ministry of the Environment are really despicable. After listening to Seito's narration, Yi didn't express his opinion about the earthquake or the magical beasts. Instead, he was quite resentful toward the Ministry of the Environment. Don't worry, they'll suffer in the future, especially that Nishikawa Mamoru from the second room. Seito also sneered. The two of them stayed in the Rubik's Cube world for a while. After taking a fragrant bath and eating something, they came out of the Rubik's Cube world and walked towards a shrine. At this time, the earthquake came again. The earthquake this time was stronger than any before. On the solid asphalt road, deep cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. A large amount of foul air emerged from the cracks on the ground, rising into the sky. At this time, in the eyes of the special people, the originally clear sky had completely darkened. Chapter 188. Please add, please recommend. Equals streaks of foul air that only special people could see rose into the sky like smoke, converging with the foul air that had already existed in the sky, forming a thick layer of clouds that covered the sky like dark clouds before a storm. Streaks of red lightning that were like flood dragons were faintly discernible in the clouds, splitting, gathering, and dispersing. It's terrible, even more terrible than that time. Yi looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. And the time she was talking about was when Kazunori Ichiro transformed into Prince Chi in the Heaven Under Heaven world. Let's go, it seems that something big is going to happen soon. Seito also looked at the foul air in the sky with a dignified expression, then pulled Yi and rushed to the shrine not far away. Fortunately, the clouds in the sky seemed to be brewing something, and there was no change on the way back for Seito and Yi, allowing the two to safely return to the shrine. Great, you're finally back. Suzu Ito looked at Seito and Yi and said with a big sigh of relief, What's wrong? Seito looked at Suzu Ito's expression, thinking that something had happened in the shrine, and quickly asked with concern. It's nothing. Isn't this a big change in the sky? My mother and I are worried that you have encountered some trouble. Suzu Ito shook her head and smiled. That's good. Sei Ito nodded and followed behind Suzu Ito with Yi. The plan has finally begun. In a dark room, a man wrapped in a dark robe, with only his mouth and a small section of his nose illuminated by a candle in front of him, said in a low voice. Too slow. Another black-robed man wrapped in a black robe, with a candle in front of him, said in a sonorous voice. And there were a total of 13 black-robed men dressed like these two, with only a candle in front of them. In this room, they sat together around a huge round table. It's not slow. It's really not slow. But it's too slow for God, the same man said in a sonorous voice. Who knows if it's God? Don't believe it too much. At this time, a woman's voice sounded very soft. Watch your tone, number 11. The sonorous man said with a stern voice. Number 11 is telling the truth. After all, the so-called God is too far away from us. Another black-robed man said. It's because we don't know if it's God. That's why we have this plan. A man with a magnetic voice said. That's right. Let's wait for the results of the plan, said a man with a coarse voice that gave people the impression of a coarse mind. Move. The sonorous man snorted coldly, expressing the anger in his heart. Number 6. Did you get the experimental data? Another black-robed man, who sounded middle-aged, said. You mean the thing that was experimented with in Japan, with the plan? Another woman's voice sounded and asked. After seeing the person who asked nodded, she said, I got it. As far as the data is concerned, the effect is not very good. At least, it's too bad to control as a weapon. Is that so? It seems that it still needs to be improved. The middle-aged man said. Number 8. Speed up. We don't have much time. A black-robed man asked. I know. The middle-aged man said. How is the negotiation with the Freemasonry going? It's still in progress, but I believe there will be a result soon. The female voice number 6 said. Hurry it up. Okay. Number 6 said. Is there anything else? Seeing everyone in the room shaking their heads, the person who spoke announced, then the meeting is adjourned. With that, the person who spoke blew out the candle in front of him and completely integrated himself into the darkness. Similarly, the other 12 members also blew out the candles in front of them one after another, causing the room to be completely dark. There was a noisy sound of chairs moving, and then 13 doors with dim yellow light appeared on the walls around the house. 13 figures of different heights and sizes walked into the 13 doors and disappeared. Around 5 o'clock in the morning in Japan, after more than 20 hours of brewing, the clouds in the sky finally changed. Dense red lightning like a thunderstorm suddenly fell to the ground like rain. But what's strange is that such a powerful energy didn't damage a building, destroy a street, kill a pedestrian or a plant, as if the energy was illusory and didn't cause any damage. However, it's not that there was no reaction, such as now, boom, a bolt of lightning bombarded the barrier of the Ito family shrine, causing the barrier to shake violently. Is this the end of the world? Sei Ito and others, who were awakened, came to the courtyard and looked at the clouds that kept falling lightning. Among them, Ito Rita leaned his body against Eriko and muttered to himself with a pale face. You've watched too many movies. Suzu Ito rolled her eyes at Rita. It's probably because the energy gathered too much, and it's starting to release. Sei Ito analyzed. Ah-chung, go to the Torii and see if the foot of the mountain is also affected by the lightning. Eriko looked up at the sky and said with a frown, Okay. Sei Ito nodded and agreed. He quickly left the courtyard and came to the main hall. He walked to the Torii and looked down the mountain. He saw the dense red lightning bombarding down, but where the lightning fell, whether it was the street or a sporadic 1 or 2 pedestrians, they were all unaffected. It was still the same as before the lightning fell. The street was still the street, and the pedestrians were still pedestrians. Could it be that this kind of energy only conflicts with the barrier? Sei Ito muttered to himself, then turned and returned to the courtyard. What's the situation? Eriko asked. It's very strange. Except for the energy conflict with the barrier of the shrine, the streets and pedestrians at the foot of the mountain are completely unaffected. Even if they were hit, they didn't suffer any damage. The most important thing is that this kind of energy turned into lightning, and only people like us can see it. Ito truthfully told what he just observed. Is that so? Eriko nodded thoughtfully. Boom! Suddenly, another strong lightning bombarded the barrier, which was already shaking violently, and it was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this situation, Eriko's face changed, and without thinking, she quickly rushed to the back room. Ito and Suzu Ito looked at each other, then hurriedly followed Eriko's footsteps, rushing to the back room. In a room full of large and small hexagram patterns and runes, whether it was the ground, the surrounding walls, or the ceiling, Eriko stood in front of a stone platform with a large number of yellow talisman papers stuck on it. Her hands were placed on the outside of a crystal ball on the stone platform, and she was channeling the spiritual energy in her body. A large amount of silver light was released from the crystal ball, and along the stone platform, it quickly flowed through the room according to the patterns on the ground, causing the entire room to be filled with silver light. As the silver light filled the room, a layer of silver-white light appeared on the surface of the enchantment. Almost in the blink of an eye, it turned into a layer of transparent crystal, stabilizing the enchantment that was on the verge of collapse and resisting the red lightning that was constantly bombarding it from the sky. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down, and Eriko, who was standing in front of the crystal ball, only felt a huge force pass through her hands from the crystal ball. Her body was in pain, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on Eriko's forehead. Mother, Itingling quickly called out worriedly. I'm fine. Eriko only said one sentence in a hurry, and then she suddenly let out a muffled groan, and her face turned pale. Sister, let's go help. Ito quickly said to Suzu Ito beside him, and quickly rushed to the side of the crystal ball. He stretched out his hands and placed them on the crystal ball, and the pure energy in his body immediately flowed through his hands into the crystal ball. The crystal ball, which was originally very bright, suddenly lit up and became even more dazzling, like a small sun emitting an infinite amount of silver light. At this time, Suzu Ito, who was at the door, also reacted and quickly ran to Ito and Eriko's side. She also stretched out her hands and placed them on the crystal ball, transferring the energy in her body. With the reinforcement of the three people, the barrier above the shrine immediately became like an iron wall, and it remained motionless under the bombardment of lightning. Chapter 189. Please collect, please recommend. The bombardment of thunder and lightning lasted for 3 days. If it weren't for the addition of Ito, Rita, and Yi, the 5 people would take turns to rest. They might not be able to hold on for 3 days. So when the lightning bombardment stopped, the 5 people in the dense space all breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground weakly. Among them, Ito, who persisted for the longest time, lay on the ground, panting violently. After a while, some of them got up from the ground tiredly and walked to their bedrooms with heavy footsteps, ready to have a good rest. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to their wishes. Before they separated, the enchantment that had just stabilized and gradually disappeared shook again, but this time it was not as violent as when it was bombarded by thunder and lightning. It was just a slight shake. At first glance, it was obvious that someone was attacking the enchantment. You guys go and rest. I will deal with the guys outside. Ito turned to look at the tired faces of the people around him and said, Okay, you be careful. Eriko also saw the strength of her son in the process of strengthening the enchantment, so she did not insist. She just reminded him, then walked to the bedroom with Suzu Ito and Ito Rita. Ah-chung, I will help you too. Yi said with concern. No, you are tired too. Go and rest. Ito shook his head with a smile, reached out and patted Yi's head gently. Then, you be careful. Yi looked at Ito's face and finally said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Ito comforted Yi. Then he walked out of the big house with the katana in his hand. He walked through the courtyard, came to the front of the mountain gate, and walked down the mountain along the empty bluestone stairs. Since the day the thunder and lightning fell, the shrine had put up a reminder that the mountain was closed, and those days happened to be the days of the most serious damage caused by the earthquake. Most of the residents were cleaning up their losses, and not many people came to the shrine to worship, which saved a lot of trouble. The stairs were not long. Ito soon came to the foot of the mountain. What he saw was a group of demons that had attacked the shrine. There were 50 or 60 of them, and they were full of demon aura. They were vigorously attacking the enchantment of the mountain gate. The demon aura is much stronger than that time, and the attack means of those demons have evolved. Ito did not immediately step out of the enchantment to kill those demons, but he roughly observed them, and soon he found the changes from these demons. It seems that the thunder and lightning not only collided with the energy of the enchantment, but also provided the energy for these lower demons to evolve. I just don't know if this energy has other effects. After a simple speculation, Ito pulled out the katana in his hand, stepped through the enchantment barrier in front of him, and rushed into the group of demons. In an instant, Ito had a different feeling than a few days ago. But now is not the time to think about this. Ito suppressed this strange feeling in the bottom of his heart and concentrated on dealing with the demons. This time, the strength of the demons had obviously become much stronger. They were several times stronger and faster than ordinary people. In addition, from time to time, they had special attack methods, which caused some trouble for Ito. Of course, it was only a little trouble. With Ito's perception fully activated, the demons that used the burrs on their body as a special means of sneak attack did not hurt Ito. Instead, Ito used their attack methods to clean up a few of the more annoying demons. After seeing that their attacks hurt their own kind, maybe it was because of their beastly instincts or because of their low intelligence, they quickly withdrew their attack methods and cooperated with their own kind to surround and suppress Ito. In the center of the encirclement, Ito kicked away a demon in front of him and swung his sword to cut a demon that had jumped down from the sky into two. At the same time, the energy around his body erupted, pushing aside a demon that was trying to sneak attack him from behind. With a stomp of his foot, a violent explosion erupted among the demons around him, blasting 4 or 5 demons that did not react in time into pieces. Just like that, Ito casually walked through the crowd of demons, killing all 50 or 60 of them. A large amount of blood mixed with a grayish-black aura rose into the sky, and once again merged with the clouds that had not dissipated. Is he trying to accumulate energy again? Doesn't that mean that the more he kills, the faster he will accumulate energy? Ito stood among the corpses of the demons and frowned as he looked at the rising foul aura. There's also this strange feeling. This is energy suppression. Ito thought of the strange feeling he felt when he stepped out of the shrine's barrier. After thinking carefully in his mind, he quickly found the source of the strange feeling, providing the demons with an increase in demon aura, allowing them to evolve their special abilities, and at the same time suppressing other types of energy. If those arrogant guys from a Ministry of Environmental Protection don't pay attention, the losses won't be small. Ito easily guessed the effect of the energy released by the clouds in the sky, and then laughed gloatingly. He waved his hand to get rid of the dark green blood on his sword, and raised his head to look in the direction of the residential area. Since there were demons at the shrine, then there must be demons running rampant in the residential area. As a guardian, Ito pondered for a moment, and then quickly rushed towards the residential area. "I'll help." This was the cry of a man. "Demon, demon, Lord, quickly come and save your believers." This was the muttering of a foreigner. No, no, no. This was the cry of an otaku who had a mental breakdown. My shop, my shop." This was the muttering of a crazy shop owner after the shops on both sides of the street were destroyed by demons. Roar. This was the roar of excitement of a demon after gnawing on a human corpse. All kinds of strange noises immediately filled Ito's ears the moment he stepped into the residential area, and it was extremely annoying. Ito frowned and blocked out these noises. He waved his hand and killed all the demons he encountered along the way. It was really like the anciently Bai's poem Journey of the Chivalrous Man, killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles, leaving behind no trace, leaving behind no trace, hiding his identity and name. Save me, save me. A pedestrian who saw Ito killing demons ran toward Ito while shouting. At the same time, his actions attracted the attention of others, and then a group effect appeared. Everyone seemed to have seen a savior and rushed toward Ito. They did not expect that their actions would provide a clear target for the demons to attack. Sure enough, due to the gradual gathering of the crowd, the demons also gathered together and began to kill the running crowd. Help! A woman who had her intestines ripped open by a demon stretched out her hand and grabbed towards Ito's direction, her face full of hope and unwillingness as she lowered her head. Mommy! I want mommy. A child in the crowd was knocked to the ground by a passerby who was running in a panic and cried helplessly. Ito looked at the crowd that had completely gone crazy. His feet moved, and his body suddenly jumped to the side. Using the momentum of a building, he jumped to the top of a nearby building, completely ignoring the crowd below. He quickly passed by them and arrived at the demons behind the crowd and began to kill them. Don't! The person running at the front shouted in despair after seeing Ito jump to the top of the building. Ito completely ignored the group of ugly civilians and only cared about killing the demons in front of him, using the fastest speed to clean them up. After cleaning up the group of demons, Ito did not stop and directly walked further into the street. In this way, Ito did not know how much time had passed and how many demons he had killed. When not a single living demon could be found in the vicinity of the residential area, the originally bright sky had completely darkened. Only a few street lamps that weren't completely damaged were flashing by the side of the street, carrying out their duties. Phew! It's finally over. Ito was very tired as he sat on the side of the road. He placed the katana that was still covered in dark green blood beside him, and took out a pack of cigarettes that had been open for an unknown period of time from the space, and lit one up. A faint white smoke was gently exhaled from Ito's mouth, and spread into a large cloud of white mist in the air, faintly concealing his squinted eyes and enjoying expression. Suddenly, a faint sound of metal clashing came from the street not far away, and entered Ito's ears, attracting his attention. Chapter 190. Please recommend, please collect, Ito frowned. He threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, grabbed the katana that was still stained with blood, and stood up. He stepped on the cigarette, but on the ground, and walked towards the direction of the sound. Ito was not far from the direction of the sound, not to mention the two people fighting there were also approaching Ito. As the sound of metal clashing gradually became clearer, two figures appeared in front of Ito's eyes. He saw a man and a woman, each holding a katana in their hands, fighting on the street. A fierce sword aura flew out from the two people, and a string of hair-thin sparks flew out from the katana, illuminating the faces of the two people fighting in the dark. Ito's pupils suddenly shrank. He found that the woman fighting with the man was Yi, who was supposed to be resting in the shrine. Ito licked his lips and suddenly rushed towards the two people fighting. Why isn't Ah Chung back yet? Since Ito went down the mountain to clean up the demons, Yi, who had been staying in the big house, looked at the ticking clock on the wall and muttered to himself with a worried face. Haven't you gone to rest yet? Suzu Ito, who appeared out of nowhere, leaned against the doorframe and looked at Yi's haggard face. After seeing Yi shake his head, she straightened up from the doorframe, walked towards Yi, and asked, "Are you worried about Ah Chung?" Yi nodded and replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, Ah Chung is fine." Ito walked to the table, sat down opposite Yi, and chuckled. "I know, I just can't help it." Yi shook his head and said embarrassedly, That means you care about him," Suzu Ito said with a satisfied smile. Yi lowered his head and laughed embarrassedly. Well, don't think so much. Go and rest. I'll wait here for Chung, Suzu Ito said. No, I want to go down the mountain to find Chung and see if he needs help, Yi said. Forget it. I don't feel at ease letting you go down the mountain in your current state. Suzu Ito stood up and shook her head, her face full of disapproval. It's okay. I'm very strong. And the shrine also needs someone to stay behind, right? Yi first made a "I'm very strong" gesture to Suzu Ito, and then said, even if you want to stay behind, it should be you, and I'll go down a mountain to find Chung. Suzu Ito was amused by Yi's appearance and rolled her eyes at him. Then the two of them were in a deadlock over who should go down the mountain, and no one could convince the other. After a while, Yi looked at his watch and didn't intend to continue arguing with Suzu Ito. He suddenly stood up from his seat, and before Suzu Ito could react, he instantly went behind Suzu Ito. He used the acupuncture points he learned in the heavenly world to hit the acupuncture point on her back, causing Suzu Ito's body to go limp. Then, under Suzu Ito's astonished gaze, he grabbed the katana beside him and rushed out of the house, running down the mountain. Really, Suzu Ito, who was lying on the table powerlessly, muttered unhappily, but there was no anger or complaint in her tone. Down the mountain, Yi looked at the numerous demon corpses at the foot of the mountain. His footsteps paused for a moment, and then he rushed towards the residential area at an even faster speed. After stepping into the residential area, Yi simply checked the demon corpses on the ground and roughly guessed the direction that Sei Ito might go. After that, he walked towards the street in the distance without stopping. Along the way, a large number of demon corpses and human corpses that had been gnawed by demons appeared before Yi's eyes, telling her the tragic scene at that time, as well as the anger in the heart of the slaughterer. Chung. Seeing such a scene, Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself. After walking for a while, suddenly, Yi's expression froze. A figure appeared on the street, not far from Yi. The figure was gently flipping the human corpses on the ground with a katana in his hand, with a mocking smile on his face. Seeing the man smile, Yi unconsciously frowned and gradually slowed down his pace. He pulled out the katana in his hand and walked towards a man, full of vigilance. Ta-ta, ta-ta, subtle footsteps abruptly sounded in the silent night. After hearing the footsteps, the man turned his head in surprise and looked at Yi, who was gradually approaching him. He asked, "Who are you? And who are you?" Yi asked back, "Who am I? How? A lowly servant like you has no right to know." The man looked at Yi with arrogance and disdain and said, "If you are willing to take off your clothes and let me have some fun, maybe I will tell you who I am." "You, shameless." Yi angrily scolded the man. "Humph." The man snorted coldly, looked at the corpses around him, and said, "Since you are here, you must be the guardian of this area." "Let me think. Who is the guardian of this area?" "It seems to be called Ito. It is a family with only an old man, a gigolo, and 3 women. Which one are you?" The man looked at Yi with a mocking expression and continued, "Eriko Ito is a widow, but you are definitely not. Suzu Ito seems to be an office worker, and you're not old enough. Are you Rita Ito? I remember that lowly servant hasn't been baptized to exorcise the devil." Speaking of this, the man frowned and looked at Yi and said, "Who the hell are you? You don't need to know who I am, you bastard. Go to hell now." Yi, who was angered by the man's words, couldn't stand the man's words anymore. He shouted angrily and rushed toward the man. "Ha! Lowly servant, you dare to raise your claws to me. You are courting death." The man shouted with a distorted face, and the katana in his hand immediately unsheathed, turned into a black light, and slashed toward Yi. Yi completely ignored the man's words at this time, and the sharp blade in his hand slashed toward him without hesitation. Clang! The weapons of the 2 men fiercely collided with each other in midair and made a series of sparks. Their attacks were blocked, and the 2 men immediately retracted their katanas and found the right angle to slash at each other. Clang! Another sound of metal clashing sounded. Then, the sound of clang, 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 clang sounded in front of the two men, and a lot of sparks splashed in midair, as beautiful as the Tsihua sticks that were commonly seen in the summer festival. Lowly servant, I didn't expect you to have some skills. The man stepped back and looked at Yi coldly. Humph! Yi coldly snorted. If it weren't for the fact that he had just finished reinforcing the enchantment, and his body hadn't had time to rest, and was not suitable to open the dragon eye to fight, how could this man be so arrogant? Lowly servant, say, who are you? I don't believe that a Japanese swordsman with your level of swordsmanship would be unknown. The man continued to ask. Guess for yourself. Yi just didn't want to tell the man, and said in a very infuriating tone, and then rushed toward the man again. Lowly servant is lowly servant. The man waved his katana to block Yi's attack, and still said viciously. In this way, the two men fought on this quiet street. The fierce sword and sword aura spread out with the two men as the center, plowing out marks of different depths on the already damaged ground, and destroying the originally broken corpses on the ground even more. The crisp sound of metal clashing spread into the distance in the silent night sky. Just when the two men were fighting fiercely, suddenly a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the man. The katana in the hand of the black shadow flashed with a silver brilliance, and in the man's astonished and incredulous look, the black shadow chopped the man's back, cutting off his spine and destroying a large part of his internal organs. Bang! Without the support of his spine, the man's body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and the muscles on his face twitched unconsciously. Achoo! Yi looked at the black shadow that suddenly appeared and cried out in surprise. Why are you here? Ito swung his hand to shake off the blood on the sword, and looked down at the man on the ground who was staring at him, and frowned and asked, I was very worried about you, so... Yi lowered his head and said with some embarrassment, and there was no trace of the heroic appearance that he had when fighting just now. Who is this guy? Ito nodded, pointed to the guy on the ground, and said, I'm not sure. I also met him nearby. Yi looked at the man on the ground and shook his head in disgust, and then repeated the conversation between the man and him. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Ito was so angry that he laughed and squatted beside the man and looked at the man who was about to die and teased him. Someone will take revenge for me. The man's mouth was full of blood, and he said in a weak voice, Is that so? I'll wait. Ito sneered and waved his hand to cut open the man's throat, completely cutting off his life. Then he straightened his body and waved his hand to throw the man's corpse into the Rubik's Cube world and turned it into nutrients to replenish the earth. I don't believe that after I throw you into the Rubik's Cube world, there's no way I can find out about your whereabouts and death. Ito thought with a cold smile, and then used alchemy to destroy the surrounding ground, completely erasing the traces of the battle between the man and Yi, and then led Yi to the shrine. Chapter 191. Thank you, ordinary stranger, for your reward. Please collect, please recommend. The next 2 or 3 days were relatively calm. There were no more large-scale demon attacks, but small numbers of demons killing people were still indispensable. Even so, the Japanese residents who couldn't stand the demon invasion began to flee to other places or other countries in large numbers. But how could the Japanese, who had already become the focus of international attention, be accepted by other countries? They could only leave the immigration office one by one in despair, then pack up their belongings and move to Hokkaido, which was not attacked by demons. The direct result was that Hokkaido, which was relatively sparsely populated, completely became a densely populated area, and Tokyo, which was originally a bustling city, almost became a city in midair. As for Shikoku and Kyushu, which were more seriously affected by the disaster, they began to move. Kyoto and the nearby regions were relatively small because of the dense power of the shrine and temples, and the number of population transfers was relatively small, and they still maintained their original living conditions. However, these situations had little to do with the Ito family. Except for the shrine that became more and more lively because of the demon's influence, It was basically the same as before. On this day, when the family was entertaining the people who came to worship in the main hall of the shrine, four black-shirted bodyguards surrounded an old man and a young woman walked in from Tori. This unique combination attracted most people's attention when they stepped into the shrine. Hello. After seeing this team, Eriko, who was dressed as a witch, walked to the front of the old man and bowed slightly. Are you the leader of this shrine? The old man frowned and looked at the crowd around him, full of majesty. The leader is my father. Because of some things, I am temporarily in charge. Eriko said, and the old man nodded and walked inside with the four bodyguards, leaving the young woman alone and talking to Eriko. What's your name? The round-faced young woman with short hair looked at Eriko and asked. She was wearing a light black business suit with a white shirt with 100 folds on the inside. Her straight legs were wrapped in thin, flesh-colored stockings and a pair of black, low-soled leather shoes that exposed her toes. Eriko. Eriko didn't understand what this group of people meant, so she just answered honestly. Hello, I'm Takumi Shika, Prince Kinsuke's secretary. I have something I'd like to ask you. The young woman narrowed her eyes as she stared at Eriko with a sharp gaze. Excuse me. Eriko was naturally aware of the young woman's gaze. She frowned slightly and said expressionlessly, Have you seen this young man before? The young woman said as she lifted the small leather bag she had been carrying. She took out a man's photo from the bag and handed it to Eriko. If Yi or Sei Ito were here, they would realize that the young man in the photo was the arrogant man they had killed a few nights ago. No. He took the photo and looked at it carefully for a moment. Then, he returned the photo and shook his head. Is that so? The young woman nodded noncommittally. She put the photo back into the bag and said, This is Prince Kinsuke's grandson, Prince Kinzuya. We've lost contact with him since a few days ago. If you see him nearby, please call this number. Prince Kinsuke will reward you handsomely. I know. Eriko took the phone number written down by the young woman and answered perfunctorily. The so-called prince was just a title for the first 3 generations of the emperor's descendants. With the old man's age, this young man, called Kinzuya, definitely didn't have the title of prince. At most, he was just a trash in the royal family. Eriko really didn't care much about him. Not to mention, he was someone who had recently been disgusted by the Meiji Shrine incident. Thank you. The young woman nodded reservedly. Accompanied by Eriko, she walked toward Prince Kinsuke. Prince Kinsuke, seeing the young woman return, nodded to her and then symbolically donated 100,000 yen. He left the shrine with 4 bodyguards. Who are those guys? Sei Ito and Suzu Ito asked Eriko. A prince called Kinsuke and his secretary came looking for someone. Eriko said, Prince? Suzu Ito paid attention to this word. After all, it was the first time she came into contact with someone of this status. On the other hand, Ito Sei, who was at the side, was very indifferent to this. He was just a lousy prince. In the heavenly world, he had even been the retired emperor. Besides, a prince was also a Japanese prince. It had nothing to do with Sei Ito. And forget it. Don't pay attention to him. Eriko said as she crumpled the phone number in her hand into a ball. She threw on the ground. Sei Ito and Suzu Ito nodded and continued to entertain the guests. How is it? In a black luxury business car, the old man, who was the so-called Prince Kinsuke, was stroking the young woman's thigh back and forth wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. He asked as if nothing had happened. The woman called Eriko said she hasn't seen him. I left her the phone number. If there is news, she will inform us. But I don't think there is much hope. The young woman slightly separated her legs and deliberately moved her thigh to the old man's side and said, This is the only guardian around here. The old man apparently noticed the young woman's change. The direction of stroking gradually moved to between the young woman's legs. He still asked expressionlessly, Yes, I got the news from the Ministry of Environment. This area is under the jurisdiction of their shrine. The young woman's body trembled slightly and said calmly, Ichiro. The old man leaned forward and took the car phone beside him. Your Highness, what are your orders? The bodyguard sitting in the front seat grabbed the phone beside him and said, "Inform Kuei-do to send someone to monitor every movement in this shrine." The old man said, "Yes." The old man nodded silently and hung up the phone. He then turned his head and stared at the young woman beside him. With a low growl, he pressed the young woman on top of him. A pair of big hands climbed up the young woman's chest, and his big mouth aimed at the young woman's tender lips and bit down. A moment later, a series of suppressed moans and the sound of a man's heavy breathing could be heard in the car. In less than 2 minutes, with a low muffled groan, the old man sat back on the seat with a tired face and panted violently. The young woman, who was still lying on the seat, frowned slightly. A look of disgust flashed in her eyes. She got up and tidied up the clothes on her chest to cover her exposed white breasts. Then, she took off her torn stockings and threw them into the trash can at the side. After that, she rearranged her appearance. "Takumi, help me clean up." At this time, the old man who had somewhat recovered suddenly said, "Yes." The young woman nodded and leaned over the old man's crotch. Her head moved up and down rhythmically. At night in Seito's bedroom, Seito took out a mobile phone and dialed. "Beep, beep, master." The phone was quickly connected, and then a male voice came out from the phone. "Check the background of a prince called Kinsuke for me." Seito said, "Yes." The voice on the other side of the phone responded. In less than a minute, the voice sounded again. "Master, Prince Kinsuke is the grandson of Emperor Meiji and the son of Prince Sharon. He now lives in the Meiji Shrine in downtown Tokyo. He owns an electronic product company. His family members have 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son of the sons died at the age of 3. The second son has congenital mental retardation. Through a political marriage, he married the daughter of Meiji Shrine's magistrate Ryo Izate. The daughter married the manager of the electronic product company, Kuroda Hiroshi. There are currently 2 people in the 3rd generation. One is the child of the second son, and Kuroda Hiroshi called Ishiya. He has superior talent and has been following Ryo Izate since young. Ryo Izate sees him as the best candidate to take over his position in the future. The other is the child of the daughter and Kuroda Hiroshi. He is only 11 years old and is called Junya. His forces have 5 secular kendo masters, 3 inherited ninjas, and a private armed force of about 100 people. They are usually arranged around the company and himself in the name of bodyguards. "What about Ryo Izate?" Seito asked. Ryo Izate is a magistrate. He is currently in charge of the Meiji Shrine. His specific strength is unknown. "Sorry, master." The male voice on the phone said, "And I know." Seito responded and asked, "How are the people I asked you to recruit?" "Master, I have recruited 6 ninjas willing to follow me. 5 of them are Genin and 1 is Chunin. I am currently in contact with a Chunin. I believe I will be able to recruit him soon." "Not bad. Tell them to pay attention to the movements of Prince Kinsuke and Ryo Izate. If there are any changes, inform me." Seito ordered in a deep voice. "Yes. Also, is there any news from the royal family about the recent demons?" Seito asked again. "Yes. A few days ago, the emperor gathered the heads of several major shrines led by the ISC Grand Shrine and the Hope Temple. He asked them to suppress the demons before the Yulan Hungry Ghost Festival, no matter what method they use." Yulan Hungry Ghost Festival. Seito pondered for a moment. "I understand." "Yes." Then Itose hung up the phone and looked at the moon in the night sky, lost in thought. Chapter 192. I originally planned to go to Resident Evil, but after reading a reader's message, I decided not to go. The next world is Gantz, but it won't be long. Please recommend, please bookmark. What's wrong, Ah-chung? Yi, who was in a bathrobe and had wet hair, looked at Sei Ito as she wiped her hair with a towel in her hand. "I'm thinking if we should speed up the progress because we really don't have enough manpower." Sei Ito retracted his gaze and turned to look at Yi behind him. "It seems that we really don't have enough manpower." Yi tilted her head and thought about it. After combining the recent events, she realized that it was indeed the case. That's why I said if we should speed up the progress. Seito walked to Yaye's side and reached out to hug Yaye's waist. She rested her chin on Yaye's shoulder and said, "Will it affect it?" Yaye tilted her head and asked, "A little, but not much. It's just that the consumption of world force will increase a lot." Seito moved her chin on Yaye's shoulder and nodded. "Then can't we just work hard to collect it?" Yaye asked strangely. Yes, as long as we work hard to collect it." Seito laughed at Yaye's words and turned to kiss Yaye's face and said loudly, "You've decided?" Yaye turned around and looked at Seito's side profile. "And I've decided. I'll find an excuse to tell my mother that I'm leaving for a day or two to speed up the construction." Seito smiled. And Yaye also smiled. "But this time, I might not let you go with me." After a moment, Seito stopped laughing and said apologetically, "It's okay." Yaye shook his head and said understandingly, "After all, it was an eventful time. After Seito left, someone had to stay here to take over. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to handle things with only Eriko and Suzu. If something were to happen at that time, he couldn't expect the inexperienced rookie Lee Nai to help him. Could he? "Thank you," Seito said in a low voice. Then, under Yaye's surprised cry, he lifted her up and gently placed her on top of the rice. He turned around and pressed down on Yaye's body. He lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. His other hand slowly reached to Yaye's thighs, pulled aside the bottom of the bathrobe that covered half of her thighs, and gently stroked her tender, white thighs. And Yaye unconsciously moaned, completely arousing Seito's inner desire. While he was panting, his hands pulled Yaye's bathrobe away from her shoulders, revealing the tender, white flesh underneath. Like kneading dough, he kneaded them. The two pink little grapes quickly hardened under Seito's kneading. "Ah Chung, give it to me," Yaye murmured with misty eyes. And Seito agreed, and once again bent down and kissed Yaye. After a moment, the two who were already burning with desire took off their clothes and began the most primitive human entertainment in the bedroom. Soft moans came out from Seito's room. "This is because a certain someone wants me to write more colorful. I feel that if I continue to write, it will be an erotic novel, so I decisively stopped. As for whether there will be a complete novel in the future, it depends on my mood." The next morning, a refreshed Seito and a rosy Yaye appeared in the living room. After greeting Eriko and the others who looked a little tired, Seito said, "I plan to go down the mountain." And, hearing this, Eriko looked at Seito in confusion, waiting for him to continue. "I want to check on the situation of the demons. After all, we don't know the current situation at all. It's too passive to rely on the Ministry of Environment and the Celestial Palace for information. What if something happens and we can't respond in time?" Seito looked at Eriko and said, "What are you going to do?" Eriko frowned, obviously thinking of this, and asked, "First, I'll go down to the city to check on the situation, then I'll act according to the situation." Seito didn't know what to do. The above was just an excuse for him to leave, so he could only say vaguely. Eriko didn't pursue the matter. After all, this kind of thing wasn't easy to plan, so she nodded and said, "Be careful." Seito nodded in response, then said, "Then I'll leave after breakfast." "Okay," Eriko agreed. After eating breakfast with Eriko and the others, Seito took the straight sword wrapped in a cloth bag handed by Suzu and left the shrine in the direction of the city. Now was not the time in the past when you could get a taxi at any time. If you wanted to go out, you could only pray that you would encounter a vehicle on the way. Otherwise, you could only walk like the ascetic monks of the past. Suddenly, Seito, who was walking, narrowed his eyes and looked at an empty corner not far away. He sneered and said, "Come out." After a while, Seito still didn't see anyone coming out, and a trace of disdain flashed in the corner of his mouth. He suddenly rushed to the empty corner, and the moment the other person jumped up, he slapped the figure and sent him flying. Seito didn't stop moving. He went against the inertia and caught up with the figure that flew diagonally. He reached out and grabbed the figure's ankle, then threw him to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the figure and the ground violently collided. The huge force bounced the figure on the ground slightly, and then the figure powerlessly lay on the ground. Saito looked at the guy on the ground condescendingly. An extremely ordinary face that absolutely no one would remember if it was thrown into a crowd appeared in front of Idosei's eyes. His face was full of pain, his facial features were twisted together, and he was moaning silently. "Tell me, who sent you?" Saito asked calmly. The latter simply closed his eyes and ignored him. "Looking at your skills, you should be a ninja." Saito looked at the guy on the ground and said, "Aren't you too unprofessional? It seems that I haven't done anything to you since I caught you. If you don't want to talk, you can kill yourself by taking poison. Since you don't want to kill yourself, why are you pretending to be loyal to me?" Saito stretched out his foot and kicked the guy on the ground. "Tell me, if you still want to pretend to be loyal to me, I'll make you do it." The man opened his eyes and looked at Saito. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "First of all, I'm not a ninja." Seeing that Saito didn't say anything, he continued, "I'm just an ordinary person who learned ninja skills. I was ordered by Leader Kudo to monitor your shrine." "Kudo?" Saito raised his eyebrows and asked. "He's the leader of Prince Kensuke's ninja." The man saw Saito's expression and said very tactfully, "Kensuke? That old man?" Idosei's mind flashed with the image of the old man who was protected by 4 bodyguards that day. He nodded and asked, "Go on. Tell me the number of people you have, your position, and so on." "There are 3 people like me who are responsible for monitoring. 2 of them are in the forest of the shrine and are responsible for monitoring your residence. 1 of them is disguised as a visitor and mixed in with the crowd to monitor your activities. I'm only responsible for monitoring your movements at the entrance." The man said, "Are they all like you?" Saito asked. "No. The one mixed in with the crowd is another official ninja under Prince Kensuke, Heida Yukiko-sama. The other 2 are like me." The man said, "What's the name of the other official ninja? How many people like you are there? Tell me everything you know about the prince's subordinates." Saito ordered. "The other official ninja is called Shika Takumi. She usually pretends to be the prince's secretary and follows him. There are a lot of ordinary people under the prince who have learned ninja skills like us. There are about 10 of them, except for when the mission requires them to be summoned. At other times they are disguised as employees and lurk in the prince's company. As for the other subordinates, I only know that the prince has a kendo master called Izakiwa. I don't know anything else." The man said, "So it's like that." Saito nodded and pondered for a moment, then looked at the man under him and chuckled. In the man's fearful eyes, Saito's eyes suddenly flashed with a silver light, directly piercing into the man's mind. After leaving a command in the man's mind, he turned around and left. After a moment, the man lying on the ground trembled, and his eyes regained their light. After checking the condition of his body, he got up from the ground and left as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Idosei, who was walking on the road, reached out and took out his mobile phone. After sending a text message to Yi, he strode into the city. Chapter 193. Please collect, please recommend. After passing through an uninhabited area, after confirming that there are no cameras, no ordinary people, no demons, and no other existence around, Saito flashed into an uninhabited building, closed the doors and windows, and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Teleport. Saito looked up at the void and said faintly. As soon as the voice fell, the Rubik's Cube responded. A huge energy vortex suddenly appeared in midair. At first, it was a small point, then it gradually grew larger at a seemingly slow but fast speed. Finally, it turned into a horizontally rotating tornado-like vortex, fiercely sucking in Saito below and disappearing into the Rubik's Cube world. Tokyo, Japan, a bustling metropolis in Asia as famous as Hong Kong, Shanghai, and other cities. All the elites of Japan gathered here. Here, it produced AV, which accounted for almost 1% of the total value of Japan's domestic economy, and a large number of entertainment workers. Among them, The most famous AV brand was the Tokyo Hot series with Tokyo as its name. Well, I digress. That night, on the rooftop of a 3-story building in downtown Tokyo, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared there. Here is Tokyo. Opening his eyes, Sei Ito, who observed the surrounding environment, easily found the landmark of Tokyo, Tokyo Tower. He said to himself with some surprise, Tokyo to Tokyo, it seems that this world is very close to reality. Looking around again, after confirming that no one was paying attention, he came to the edge of the rooftop and jumped down. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sei Ito's feet landed flat on the ground. His body squatted slightly, and his strong knees directly supported the inertia brought by the fall. He straightened his body and walked toward the street without any impact. When passing by a telephone pole, Sei Ito knew where he was now from the sign on the pole, a palace in Tama City. But before Sei Ito could figure it out, a shrill scream came from a distance. Sei Ito, who was attracted by the screams, raised his eyebrows and walked towards the source of the screams with interest. Because this was a residential area, all kinds of buildings were densely packed together. Therefore, there were more streets in this area, and they were somewhat winding. It took Sei Ito about a minute to walk from where he was to where the screams were coming from. Shoo! A low whistle sounded from Ito-sei's mouth, but because Ito-sei deliberately lowered his volume, it didn't attract anyone's attention. I didn't expect to encounter such a lively scene as soon as I arrived in this world. What a warm welcome, Sei Ito muttered to himself as he looked at the tragic scene in the garage at the end of the street. Inside the garage, 4 or 5 completely intact corpses were scattered on the ground. A large amount of blood flowed out of the garage like a small stream. In the middle of the corpse, a tall man wearing a blood-stained white shirt and black trousers, with long hair that went past his neck, was trembling all over as he confronted a man who was over 2 meters tall, wearing a light brown windbreaker and had short green hair with a ferocious face. A conversation in Japanese and a strange language came from the garage. Apparently, the two of them were arguing loudly about something in the garage. However, because of the difference in language, the two of them could not understand each other's meaning and soon began to fight. The man with short green hair opened his hand, and 5 sharp blades popped out from his fingers. Following the movements of the man with short green hair, they cut towards the long-haired man. The long-haired man nimbly dodged back and held a strange gun with 3 muzzles in his hands. He held the gun in front of the green-haired man's forehead, and the two confronted each other again. After a while, for some unknown reason, the long-haired man couldn't pull the trigger. The green-haired man seized the opportunity and forced him to flip over the guardrail beside him and fall down. After the long-haired man fell down, a high school boy wearing a strange round black tights with large buttons all over his body, who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, and a girl wearing a large male high school uniform with a half-naked lower body, who looked younger than the boy, ran over. What's that? The boy in the black tights looked at the back of the green-haired man who was standing by the guardrail and looking down. Whatever, let's keep walking. The boy, who didn't expect to get an answer from the girl, said as he continued to walk forward. Let's not go over, it doesn't seem right. Let's not go over, okay? The girl followed step by step and said to the boy next to her with a trembling body, Oh my God, that's... At this time, the two had already walked quite a distance, and under the illumination of the street lights, they could finally see the situation in front of them. The smell of fragmented corpses and internal organs, mixed with dried blood, completely stimulated the two boys, and their faces were full of fear and disbelief as they exclaimed aloud. The two boys stood still for more than 10 seconds, and the boy trembled as he took a step back and said to the girl, Let's go. Huh? The girl, who hadn't reacted yet, looked at the boy and asked in surprise. Oh no. At this moment, the green-haired man, who had been standing by the railing and looking down, suddenly turned around and ran towards the two of them in big strides. Now what do we do? The girl panicked and said without any idea of her own. Run, run. The boy didn't have any idea and just said instinctively. Then the two quickly turned around, closed their eyes, and ran away without looking back. Even when they passed by Sei Ito, they didn't notice a living person standing there. Strange black tights, naked girls, corpses in the garage, and that green-haired man. This is the world of Gantz. Sei Ito's eyes swept across the two boys and the green-haired man who was running towards him, and quickly determined the world he was in. Well, it seems like the aliens in this world are very strong. The aliens in the so-called House of Truth. Sei Ito looked up at the endless starry sky, frowned, and said to himself, I hope the space vibration won't be discovered, or I might be blacklisted. Well, let's follow them and see the power of the black shirt. Sei Ito made up his mind, then jumped on the wall behind him and followed the boy Geno's footsteps. Along the way, Geno, who was focused on running, didn't notice that the girl beside him had fallen to the ground because of her sprained ankle. He still thought that the girl was following him and kept running forward. The girl who got up again and ran slowly because she was not used to running barefoot was immediately attacked by the green-haired green onion planet. Today, when I thought of that green onion planet, I thought of Chuin. How do I deal with it? He caught up with her. However, for some reason, the lady onion completely ignored the girl's existence. She ran past the girl and chased after Ji Kwanya with all her might. Aliens also know how to be gentle with women? That's ridiculous. Sei Ito looked at the alien's behavior and was speechless. Hearing Sei Ito's ridicule, Kishimoto Kei, who was following a person on the wall, looked at Sei Ito in surprise and made a meaningless sound. What the hell? You're naked. Sei Ito looked down at Kishimoto Kei's naked body from running, and at the same time he thought to himself, as expected of a child. Kishimoto Kei screamed and hurriedly grabbed both sides of her clothes to cover her chest. She pouted her lips and looked at Sei Ito angrily. Forget it. Let's go see the black shirt's combat power first. We'll talk about it the next time we meet. Sei Ito tilted his head and looked at Kishimoto Kei below. His body suddenly turned into a black shadow and chased after the green onion and Geno. Kishimoto Kei looked at Sei Ito's suddenly disappearing figure and screamed subconsciously. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hands and stared at the empty wall with her eyes wide open. After a long while, Kishimoto Kei finally reacted and let out a sigh of relief. She walked aimlessly on the street. On the other side, Geno, who was running for a while, was finally blocked by the green onion because he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. He was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. When the green onion saw that Geno had nowhere to run, she stopped running. She spread open her 5 fingers and closed in on Geno step by step. At this moment, Geno seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with determination as he stared at the approaching green onion. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed towards the green onion. Seeing Keiji Kwano's actions, the lady onion angrily shouted in an alien language that no one could understand. She quickly grabbed Keiji Kwano with her bloody claws. Geno, who was about to be grabbed by the green onion, suddenly lowered his body and passed through the green onion's open legs as if he was playing a game. Then, before the green onion could react, he quickly ran away. Did he lose his fear? Sei Ito thought to himself after seeing Geno's change. Not bad. Chapter 194. Please add, please recommend, as Gino Noto ran. Lines of wrinkles that looked like veins or clothes that were not properly adjusted appeared on his black tights, slowly spreading from his ankles to his waist. Is this bioelectrical stimulation? Sei Ito didn't know much about alien technology, so he could only guess based on Mr. Geno's performance. At this time, a high-speed motorcycle appeared next to Keiji Kwano and Planet Onion. Keiji Kwano caught up and overtook the motorcycle almost instantly. Keiji Kwano, who was running away in a panic, didn't notice how abnormal his speed was. That motorcycle speed should be 60 kilometers per hour. If an ordinary person's body can surpass a martial artist's speed with the help of alien technology, what will happen if a martial artist wears a black suit? Itosei's eyes flickered as he stared at the two who were running. He thought to himself, furthermore, with Jino Noji's current physical strength, it won't be a problem for him to confront those low-level demons of the origin world. On the street, just as Planet Onion was gradually catching up to Ji Quano, a long flight of stairs leading down appeared in front of Ji Quano. A large number of wrinkles quickly appeared on the back of Mr. Geno's tights. He suddenly jumped and dodged the Green Onion Man's hand by a hair's breadth. Then he jumped high and fell down. At this time, Mr. Geno's body was as high as a 4-story building. Ah! Mr. Geno subconsciously shouted in midair. His body quickly crossed the flight of stairs and landed heavily on the ground at the bottom of the stairs. Accompanied by a sound similar to an air cushion deflating, Geno-ji's body rolled forward due to inertia and crashed into the protective fence on the side of the street, making a muffled sound. Bang! Before Mr. Geno could recover, the Green Onion Man's figure suddenly landed in front of Mr. Geno, who was leaning against the guardrail. The Green Onion Man's hand with 5 sharp blades grabbed at Mr. Geno's neck. Just as Geno-ji thought that he was going to die and was trembling in fear, the long-haired man, Kato Katsu, suddenly rushed out from the bushes nearby. He grabbed Geno-ji's neck from behind and pulled him back with all his might while shouting, "Run, Ji!" Mr. Geno, who was stunned by this sudden change, looked at Kato Katsu behind the Green Onion Man and murmured, "Kato." The Green Onion Man, who was feeling uncomfortable from being strangled by Kato Katsu, retracted his hand and used the sharp blades on his fingers to cut at the forearm that was holding his neck. The sharp blades were like butter, easily cutting through the skin, muscles, and bones of Kato Katsu's forearm. Katsu, who was stimulated by the intense pain, was no longer able to hold the Green Onion Man's neck. The Green Onion Man stood up, was pushed to the ground. He subconsciously used his other hand to hold the wound on his forearm, trying to suppress the flow of blood. However, he still kept yelling, "Geno! Geno, no, run!" Mr. Geno, who was completely dumbfounded, simply looked at Kato Katsu, who was lying on the ground and holding his forearm in pain, without any reaction. Suddenly, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound on Kato Katsu's forearm. His palm and half of his forearm were cut off by the blood and fell to the ground. Mr. Geno, who was breathing rapidly due to the blood and the severed arm, had tears in his eyes as he watched the Green Onion Man lift Kato Katsu up from the ground. He angrily shouted, and a large number of wrinkles appeared on his tights, quickly covering his entire body. Mr. Geno looked like a skinless, muscular man as he fiercely jumped up from the ground. He unconsciously shouted as he rushed in front of the Green Onion Man. He reached out and grabbed the wrist of the Green Onion Man, using his incredible strength to block the Green Onion Man's attack and break his wrist. Then, while gasping for breath, he heavily punched the Green Onion Man's abdomen, causing the Green Onion Man's body to instinctively bend over and spit out a mouthful of stinky mucus. Next, he punched the Green Onion Man's ferocious face, causing it to cave in. Then, he repeated the same actions, beating the Green Onion Man up. "You can't even withstand a single blow? You bastard, come again," Mr. Geno said as he beat the Green Onion Man up. "I'll give you the Green Onion." The Green Onion Man, who was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back, suddenly said in Japanese, "What did you say?" Mr. Geno, who didn't hear what the Green Onion Man said, continued to beat him up. "I'll give you the Green Onion. Please spare me," the Green Onion Man repeated. Geno. Mr. Geno, who was at a loss because of the Green Onion Man's begging, stopped beating him up and looked at the Green Onion Man, who was gasping for breath, with a complicated expression. After hearing Kato Katsu's cry, he quickly put aside the complicated feelings in his heart and ran to Kato Katsu's side to check on his situation. Stop! Let him go. It's our fault," Kato Katsu said to Mr. Geno in a weak voice. "Hey, what did you say?" "I can't hear you clearly." Mr. Geno, who was disturbed by his own breathing and the surrounding sounds, shouted at Kato Katsu. However, Kato Katsu didn't say anything to Mr. Geno. He just looked at the Green Onion Man, who was mumbling to himself, "I'll give you the Green Onion. Please spare me." and softly said with tears in his eyes, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, in a place less than 5 meters away from the Green Onion Man and Mr. Geno, a disorderly electric current flickered, and a blurry figure gradually appeared from the electric current. Then, a triangular object made of 3 objects with flaming tails quickly arrived in front of the Green Onion Man and quickly tied him up. Then, the 3 objects with flaming tails suddenly fell down and nailed themselves deep into the ground. At this time, a Chinibu wearing a black jacket and gray pants and holding a 3-headed gun walked out of the electric current. "Where did you run off to?" Mr. Geno looked at the Chinibu boy and asked. "Around here, I've always been there." The Chinibu boy looked at the Green Onion Man and said, "You finally did it in the allotted time. This time, the score will be on you." The Chinibu boy tilted his head and looked at Mr. Geno as if he was giving alms and said, "Okay, now shoot him." "Shoot, do you mean this?" Keiji Geno said as he took out a strange-looking handgun that looked like a hand cannon from beside his leg. "Yes, that's it," the Chinibu boy said with a smile. However, it was unknown whether it was because of his appearance or something else, but even when he smiled, he gave off a sinister feeling, making people feel very uncomfortable. Mr. Geno pointed the gun at the Green Onion Man's head and asked, "What will happen if you shoot?" "Don't worry about it," the Chinibu boy said impatiently. "You have to press the triggers on both sides." Mr. Geno stared at the Green Onion Man's face for a while, and then suddenly asked, as if he was asking for confirmation, "Wait, if I really shoot, this guy will—" "Yes, he will die without a doubt," the Chinibu boy said coldly. Looking at the still motionless Mr. Geno continued, "You also want to see his death, right?" "Ha ha ha." Mr. Geno, who was about to kill someone with his own hands, stood still and panted violently. His head was filled with thoughts of whether to kill or not. "Hurry up and do it. What are you hesitating for? Shoot." Seeing Mr. Geno's expression, the Chinibu boy urged and said, "This guy killed so many people, including your friend. What's wrong? You don't dare? Is there something wrong with your head? This guy isn't human. He's no different from an animal." Then the Chinibu boy laughed sinisterly and said in a low voice, "That suit is not bad, right? Don't you feel like you're Superman? Isn't it great to have the power to kill people? Don't you like pictures of corpses? It was your eyes that told me that. I knew at the moment I saw you in that room. You're the same as me. In fact, you really want to see this guy die. Stop joking around." Mr. Geno's rebellious nature was triggered by the Chinibu boy, and he said unhappily, "Don't confuse me with you. Are you also a hypocrite?" "How disappointing," the Chinibu boy said with a regretful expression. "You pervert," Mr. Geno replied in a low voice. "I didn't expect you to be even more stupid than I thought." "How disappointing," the Chinibu boy said while looking at Mr. Geno. "I'm not like you, who is addicted to manga and games." "How disgusting," Mr. Geno retorted. Then he put away his gun and walked back to Kato Masaru's side, continuing to look after him. "Forget it. I originally wanted to give you the points," the Chinibu boy said as he raised the 3-headed gun in his hand and pulled the trigger at Planet Onion. Following which, a multicolored laser beam shone down from the boundless starry sky. When it was about to descend on the head of the Green Onion civilization, it split into 4 or 5 rays, scanning the Green Onion civilization's body layer by layer and sending it away. During the process of teleportation, the Green Onion civilization's internal organs were displayed for everyone to see. It was an extremely disgusting sight. "So, this is teleportation. That should be the location of the spaceship, right?" Ito guessed as he looked in the direction of the laser beam. "Although I haven't seen the effects of those guns yet, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right now, I should find a place to stay for a while." Ito retracted his gaze and paused on the gun next to Mr. Geno before turning around and leaving. Chapter 195. Please add, please recommend. In the morning, after a simple breakfast at the hotel, Ito went straight to the nearby police station according to the address he found online last night. "Hello," Seito pushed open the door of the police station and said to a policewoman who still had a charming temperament inside, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" The policewoman stood up from her seat and smiled kindly at Seito. "It's like this." Seito glanced around quickly as he spoke. After finding that there was only the policewoman at the front desk of the police station at this time, he made up his mind and released his powerful mental power in an instant. He invaded the policewoman's unguarded spiritual sea and said, "Help me find the home address of a high school student named Keiji Geno." "Okay." The policewoman responded mechanically with blank eyes, then sat down and operated the computer in front of her. With a burst of crackling sound of the keyboard, a document soon appeared in front of Seito's eyes. It was a household registration file with Keiji Geno's photo. Seito wrote down the address on the file and ordered the policewoman to close the file. Then, after creating a false memory for the policewoman to ask for help, he slowly retracted his mental power and smiled at the policewoman who was in a trance. "Thank you." You're welcome. It's good that I can help you." The policewoman was taken aback at first, then showed a standard smile. Seito bowed slightly to the policewoman, turned and walked out of the police station, hailed a taxi on a roadside, and went to Keiji Geno's home on the information. "Is this Keiji Geno's home?" "It's quite big." Standing in front of a two-story house, Seito, who looked at the appearance of the house, whispered to himself. Then he walked to the door and rang the doorbell on the wall. "Ding dong, come in," a woman's voice sounded from behind the door. Then, with a creak, the door was pushed open from the inside. A middle-aged woman with loose hair and an apron wrapped around her chest appeared in front of Seito. She asked in confusion, "May I ask who you are?" "Hello, Annie. I am Genoji's primary school classmate. I want to ask if Genoji is at home." Itomori said to Genoji's mother with a bright face. "Really?" Akanoji's mother smiled politely and said, "Akanoji no longer lives at home. If you want to find him, you can only go to his rented apartment." Is that so? Auntie, do you know his apartment address?" Seito pretended to be surprised. "Yes, there is. Wait a moment. I'll look for it for you." Keiji Geno's mother tilted her head and thought for a while. She realized that she didn't remember her son's apartment address. However, she didn't intend to let Seito in at all. She just went back to the house and left him outside. After a while, Keiji Geno's mother came back with a small note and handed it to Seito. "This is the address of Akanoji's rented apartment. The one below is Akanoji's phone number." "Thank you so much, Annie." Seito thanked Keiji Geno's mother with a happy face. Then, he said some compliments and left Keiji Geno's house with a smile on his face. Keiji Geno's mother sent him off, and he went to Keiji Geno's apartment. After a while, the car stopped in front of a simple two-story office building that was commonly seen in construction sites. After paying the fare, he walked to the room written on the note. Keiji Geno's room was near the middle of the second floor. As long as he went up to the second floor, he would turn left and go straight forward. After passing through 4 or 5 doors, he would arrive at Keiji Geno's room. Seito didn't ask if the owner was at home or if the owner agreed. He directly reached out and grabbed the door handle. The energy in his body turned on the door lock and opened the door. He walked in as if he was one of his own. What entered his sight was a fairly spacious, long horizontal entrance. There were some things placed messily in the left corner of the wall. In front of him was a blue and white Japanese-style sliding door. After he reached out and opened the sliding door, he saw a room that seemed to be only about 50 square meters. On the right wall of the room, near the door, was the bathroom. It was blocked by an aluminum frame door with thick patterned glass that could only vaguely see a person's figure. In the middle of the room, near the left corner of the innermost window, a single bed was placed there neatly. Under the window, on the right side of the bed, a pile of books were piled up messily. A unique table lamp stood quietly beside the books, half obscured by the light. At the foot of the bed, on the left side of the room, there was another aluminum door that was open. Some kitchen utensils were neatly placed on the narrow stove. It was very compact. Seito took off his shoes and walked into the room. He sat on Keiji Geno's bed and took a remote control to turn on the TV behind the sliding door. Under Keiji Jino's bed, he picked up a decent-looking adult DVD and began to watch it with relish. Sure enough, it's a 2D world. The quality of the actresses inside is really good, Ito-sei said with emotion while watching the DVD that was being played. Time slowly passed as Sei Ito watched. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the high school students to leave school. At this time, Ito-sei, who was about to change to another DVD, was awakened by the sound of the door. His arm paused for a moment, then he continued to put the disc into the player and watched it nonchalantly. "Who are you?" Keiji Jino heard the sound in the room and saw an unfamiliar pair of shoes at the entrance. He walked into the room with his entire body tensed up. He looked at Sei Ito, who was lying on the bed, and asked cautiously, "Why are you so nervous? Come in and sit. Treat it like your own home. We'll talk after I finish watching this movie," Sei Ito said, as if Keiji Jino wasn't the one who rented the room. Instead, he was the owner. Hearing the movie, Keiji Jino subconsciously looked at the TV. When he saw that it was one of his favorite movies, he immediately blushed. Without thinking, he rushed to Sei Ito's side and grabbed the remote to turn off the TV. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the floor. "Seriously, it's rare to see a good movie," Sei Ito muttered in a low voice, waking Keiji Jino up. He subconsciously quickly backed away. Even if his hand felt a sharp pain from pressing on something hard, he ignored it. "Huh. Okay, let's talk now, Keiji Jino." Sei Ito sighed. Then he leaned over and said to Keiji Jino. He put his elbows on his thighs and pointed his fingers at each other. "How do you know my name?" Keiji Jino calmed down and asked. "How interesting. Since I'm able to come into this room, it would be too unlucky if I didn't know your name," Sei Ito said as he rolled his eyes. "Why are you looking for me?" Keiji Jino realized that he had asked a stupid question. He sorted out his emotions and asked again. "I have something that I need your help with." Sei Ito put away the frivolous expression on his face and stared into Keiji Jino's eyes with a serious expression. What is it?" Keiji Jino felt more pressure from Sei Ito's stare. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva and asked, "I want to know the specific location of the Black Sphere room," Sei Ito said. Keiji Jino was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Sei Ito. Sei Ito said, "You don't have to say anything, just listen to me." Seeing that Jino Nori had become obedient, Ito-sei said in a deep voice, "There's a bomb in your head." Looking at Jino Nori, whose face suddenly changed, Ito-sei continued, "You can't tell me what you know about the Black Sphere room. If you tell me, the bomb in your head will explode. So, I won't ask you to tell me the specific location of the Black Sphere room. Just tell me the nearby buildings. I'll find the rest myself, and you won't die because of the Black Sphere rules. What do you think?" Sei Ito said to the silent Keiji Jino. Then he smiled, relaxed his body, put his hands behind his back, crossed his legs, and continued, "Maybe I can end your life?" Seeing that Keiji Jino was attracted by his words, Sei Ito laughed and said, "You don't think that this mission is over, right? The Black Sphere won't let you go so easily. Trust me, you'll soon be summoned by the Black Sphere and enter that room." Sei Ito put his legs down, walked to Keiji Jino, and picked up the remote control again. He turned on the TV and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better put the black shirt somewhere you can easily get it. Don't regret it when you're summoned and you don't even have the black shirt." After that, he ignored Keiji Jino, who was deep in thought, and sat back on the bed to enjoy the scene on the TV. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Sei Ito, who was enjoying watching the TV, clicked his tongue from time to time and sighed with emotion. Keiji Jino regarded his behavior as a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He sat in the corner and stared at the TV while secretly despising him. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.